Hello and welcome. Oh my god. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Thank you, Momo, very much for the raid. I appreciate that. Hopefully you had a good time playing Halo. Hello. I usually do my introduction, but I missed the time frame because I was getting a NOS. How is everybody doing this fine Friday evening? As we prepare to do some of the Dungeons and the Dragons. Doug Dot, thank you very much for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Thanks for sticking around that long. That means a lot. Well, maybe I can do it. Maybe if I'm fast enough, right? Hello, Justice Sad Lurker, Idis, Prostar, Zebus, Fundin, Jablaine, Octal, Kieran, Snevos, Krona, Wolfmaster, Shy Wolf, Psycho Shadow Drops, Flame Quill, Posh Cat, Bald Ruminate. Oh no, some of the names are starting to break down. What was it? 018, Asus, Echo Victor 6, Okami. Let's see. Sinju, they call me Jammin. Zana, Tatsuya, Barnabas. Hello, folks. Hello, welcome. We're just giving the players a moment, specifically Momo, who just got done streaming. We're going to give her a moment and the others to get themselves situated. And then we're going to hop right in. We're going to jump into to the adventures of this party here in the Southlands. Straight under the bus. No. I want to give her a time to like at least stretch, right? Pet her dogs, get something to drink, something to eat, right? I saw she was playing. I think it was custom games with the fans. So you've never done D&D before. Is it fun? Well, in my personal opinion, as a dungeon master who runs 2 games and has sort of dedicated a good chunk of their time to this hobby, yeah, it's pretty okay. Honestly, it is a very involved hobby, I feel like. Actually, belay that. It's as involved as you want it to be. You could be very passive with the hobby and just sort of care about it on a surface level, or you can sort of do what I've done, which is invest a lot of time. So to me, I think it's a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of sort of limitless adventures and things that you can do that really just offers you things you may not have had in other video games or other hobbies. D&D can be good. It's not for me, but I have enjoyed helping my own friend DM. That's all right, Major Starlord. Like every stream, we're going to do a little bit of a recount and a little bit of getting introduced to the players. I also need the right kind of people that you vibe with. I mean, yeah, it also sort of comes down to like table composition, right? Although I will say you can play with complete and total strangers and have a good time. I've done that before. And who knows? You might make a brand new group of friends out of just a bunch of randos on the internet. I enjoy being emotionally tortured by my friends and loved ones. Listen. You also sort of need to be able to put up with DM bullshit. It is a gamba. Yes, very gamba. We're going to give them just a little bit longer to get themselves situated, and then we're going to jump right in. Crown, can I get? Absolutely, Major Starlord. Go ahead. I actually just put a new box on the fridge. So go ahead and grab you one. They should be cold by now. Boy, have I got a DM for you. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead. We should be able to transition now. Let's go ahead and see what we're dealing with. Now, for all of you in chat, you will notice behind me a black void, bereft of word, of life, and of your presence. For now, at least. As you talk during this adventure, your words will be captured behind me and recorded for all future VOD watchers. Marked in the halls and the annals of YouTube and Twitch for all of time. Hopefully. So if you have anything you would like to say to your future self from the past, now's your time to do so. As well, I love you guys interacting and talking in chat, so I love reading it as well. The Void. Yes, indeed. As well, you will see our host of our sort of host or our casts beneath us. We'll be introduced to them in just a moment. All right. Hey, future me, fuck you. Love that energy. Very good. Okay. We're going to go ahead and we're going to unmute. We are going to get introduced to our players. They're going to tell us a little bit about who they are and what happened last session for any new watchers. As well, if you find yourself that you're interested in the campaign, why not join the Discord? Or watch the VODs that we have captured in the highlights. All sessions, except for session 0, I'm afraid. All of them are there for you to watch at your leisure. All right, let's do it.
I was like, I'll have a Christmas cookie. Well, I got the snowman one. Am I a freak if like I ate it from the bottom like up and envisioned it like having a voice like screaming like, please don't eat me.
That's a little psychotic.
What? I was just animating it.
Mm-hmm. You gave it life. You gave it feelings.
You envision possibly one of the most horrible fates ever for anything.
I just wanted to see what it would, it was Blake. I was just...
Whoa. Should have painted Blake on it so you could say, look, Blake got void again.
Isn't that...
I was like, oh, no, please don't eat me.
Isn't that how hyenas eat their prey? Is they start at their ass and then just work their way up while you're still alive?
They're generally dead when hyenas get to them.
No, I've seen them like pick off like antelope and shit like that are still just around, and they wish that they weren't. Oh no. I'm not thinking of hyenas. I'm thinking of Komodo dragons.
Oh.
Yeah, Komodo dragons will eat you alive.
Well, yeah, but they're also big assholes.
Yeah.
Can't wait to find them in
corrosive
Tyros.
spit.
It's not really.
It's terrible.
Can't
not
wait
really-
to
it's-
see the colossal Komodo.
It's not really
Tyros.
corrosive. Like, it's not acidic. It's just got so much nasty bacteria that it forces you to go necrotic like instantly. It's like a cat's mouth on steroids.
Varus, thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs to the community. That's incredibly kind of you.
Exactly. If I gave it life, I could take it away.
That's fucked up.
No,
Jesus
snowman.
Christ.
Oh, no, help me. And I'm like, just eat it, you know?
OMG.
Everybody
You
at the
play
dinner table.
God in D&D. I play God in Christmas cookies.
I don't
okay?
play God.
OMG, it's 3
Don't
a.m.
play
Time to eat out my cookies.
Yeah, Christmas cookie. I gave you life.
Sweet Jesus. All right. Hello, players. Hi.
I use
Hey!
animate object on my food, DM.
Yeah? What's your alignment?
Neutral.
It's evil now.
Nice. I let it scream as I consume it to freak out my guests. And then I point at them and go, "You got pranked."
Nobody visits you anymore. You are
Finally.
You are abandoned. Anyway, you freaks. Hello and welcome. It's episode 47
Think I'm a freak? Oh my god.
of Cometh the Fall. Roving Adventures Part 2.
Little freak. Freak.
When was Roving Adventures Part 1?
It was. Let me pull up my.
Oh shit, it's it's before we found the facility, wasn't it?
Episode 30.
That's ominous.
I've sort of come to the conclusion that when there are sort of like open-ended goals for the party, and the party just sort of goes about their own business, it's probably going to be called Roving Adventures.
Nice.
So let's go ahead. Let's get introduced to this lovely cast who wants to animate food before eating it and giving it personality and soul.
Oh, Pete, I'm a Christmas cookie.
So we're gonna go down the line. You guys are gonna introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about who you are, who you're playing, and then once we get to the very end, we're gonna recount what happened last week, starting with Alaric.
I am Alaric Roving, follower of the Allfather, Bavarian warrior of Shilir, and half-elf of Karim, my home. Cursed with the name Crovain, I was born in this island, with my family's task but a simple one, not to look inwards to Tyros, but eastward, to gaze upon the dread shrine and maintain its continuous evil ebb at bay, but also to look even beyond and keep a suspicious eye upon the Easterling elves of Cariso. It has been a thankless task since recorded history, a terrible duty with all manner of regrets, but House Crovain remains. It does so strong against all fallout.
Sorry. I was straightening my chair. I play Callan Aldane, variant human ranger, now level 5. Woohoo! I turned the music down. There we go. He is a member of the Grey Watch, a militant organization that fights monstrosities and bad beasties in the wilderness. And they're spread out all over Tyros. Has taken it upon himself to do his best to guide the party in the wilderness and watch over them as best he can. The end.
Hello, I play Morana Labordia, level 5 Dampier Rogue, with strange abilities pertaining to the dead and the departed. Morana hails from the distant province of Vinheim, in a place known as Malgrove, which stands as the bulwark between the dragon sages and what monstrosities have come forth out of the Grimwald. Since leaving, Morana has more or less had the freedom to pursue her family's legacy of monster hunting. Finally cutting her teeth out here in the Southlands, she looks towards their task at hand, as well as the eventual downfall of the terror of the Southlands.
Oh, I should say, as it comes down to this moment, one of our players is, bless her heart, is here despite having almost been assassinated at a family gathering. I'm going to introduce Ashilda.
Thank you.
Ashilda Ironhands is a female Hill Dwarf level 3 Scribe Wizard and level 2 Arcana Cleric. Her growing up in Tharkin's Deep gave her an appreciation for the craft, while vigorous studies in Orias helped her put that craft to good use in her casting. Now endeavoring to build a transport system for Tyros and gain membership in the Order of the Eye, she continues to travel with her new friends and finds out secrets lost, and tries to fix this now present corruption that has presented itself.
Greetings. I am Silriel von Ashford, Ward of House Ashford, Siswan Blades. I am a level 5 High Elf fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek the truth and uphold the ideals of Tyros, the true ideals. Alongside my companions, I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this is happening and how I can make a change.
I am Yuria Zairi, the level 2 Hexblade, level 3 Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. Traveling from the distant lands of Careso, in the province of Shademore, its heir, I have come to Tyros to seek the lost history of my people. Since my time here, I have found many other things beyond that, including questions about my own existence, who I am personally, and perhaps my parents' lineage, especially that of my mother. That, at the moment, is put upon the back burner, as they say, as at the moment I travel with this band of what seems to be mostly nobility, now friends, to stabilize the region of Attenmore as best we can, for one reason or another. For myself, survival. A safe haven for one who is so far from home they might as well not have one. For now, having freshly stabilized our own party, we seek off to do just that, by finding the lost supplies that Elion needs.
Thank you. Siluriel, I believe you recounted last week.
Yes.
Would you be as kind to pick somebody, not a Shulnai, to recount?
I was going to take a shoulder, I guess. I will choose. Ooh. Who picked me?
Kellen.
Damn it. Ah! Yuria.
Well, get comfortable.
I am. I have a blanket.
That's nice. Fuck you. I mean, yay!
Don't fucking talk, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Our last session, A Taste of Hope. Having freshly finished the fight with Nysathoris and freeing Siluril, we enter the session, resting in Olwen's abode, tended and guarded for as long as we wish. It is not long, however, before the inquisitive mind, mine, starts to roam and begins applying things that have long since been overdue. Using the Mind Stone, I see visions. Visions of a time before the shattering of the world, during the Age of Woe. I see an elf, his life by the name of Erdan. Strangely, it is no warlord nor experiment gone awry like the previous ones. This is the memory of an artist, a composer, a bard. One who has traveled not only this world and seen the two great lights before one was shattered, but also traveling multiple planes, seeing the abyss and the hells, experiencing, perhaps if not a intellectual knowledge, being able to witness and experience the visage of devils and demons, and somehow surviving. Unfortunately, during this age of fear and cowardice, his time is up when he and his people flee into the Underdark. During his time with the Drow, he is attacked and killed by the Illithid Empire. Strange creatures to him, with tentacles upon their faces. They kidnap him, and they don't even experiment on him. Seeing him as a waste of resources, they harvest him for parts to fuel whatever machinations they have in mind. It is a sobering journey for me, and I admit it is probably one of the most emotional periods of my life. I have never experienced such beauty and felt sorrow before, and I announced this to my party when they, of course, ask what I saw. Even Gargalad, who I attune to, attempts to comfort me in this emotional upheaval. But I do find the ability to draw, to paint. My hand-eye coordination and the habits in my hands, muscle memory, rewritten by this stone. While I am lost in this thought, Kellen casually mentions his lineage. His father, a knight of the realm by the name of Eren Aldain. I'm not entirely sure what a knight of the realm is, but it seems he is some sort of nobility. A rather ironic revelation, considering his previous opinions of nobility. Unfortunately, during the conversation, the ancient tree Thorland is mentioned, and at that point my attention to the conversation withers as I am enraptured by scenes of that ancient tree now destroyed by Muhammad. There was a brief discussion to Siluril about her connection with Nysathoris, her freedom of it. But it is not long before I must have some time for myself. I end up going for a walk. Others, I suspect, have their own conversations, but I was not there to witness such a thing. I return, Olwen returns, and we eventually rest for the night. On the 24th of dawn we rise, and Olwen tells us that the path is clear for us. I, unable to remove this nagging feeling, mention Sabine, and it seems Olwen knows of Sabine's supposed fate, though he assures us she is doing, as he says, just fine. I'm sure she is. After Alric asks Owen about his gift to Silurin, I ask about Erdan, but I get ahead of myself. Having freshly seen the elf, I sling his name and his people wherever I can without really considering. And Owen informs us that he was not that old, though old he is. With questions out of the way, we are finally ready to leave, and Owen gives us one last gift. He informs us as we wander through the trees that the spirits we have freed from Nizathris have lended us their strength in gratitude. The wasps, the bandits, and even the shadow manticore giving us their power, and for each of us the feeling is different, some more subtle than others. Myself, I only felt the slightest charge, like static built up in the back of my neck, giving me goosebumps. I would have labeled it anxiety had Owen not pointed out that's the spirit's doing. Finally, we leave Olwen's domain, heading to Elion's. For the first few miles, returning to Elion, it is peaceful. Our retreat, guarded by the Wasp Queen and what remains of her kin, still grateful for what we did for her, curing her of her ailments. The next few miles after that are peaceful, as we are guided along by Kellen. We see at one point an eagle picking up a fox, carrying it towards, well, its doom, supposedly. Perhaps family, perhaps its children. An interesting sighting, though not one the party really does anything about. Finally, our luck runs out, and we encounter large feathered creatures hunting for fish along the river. Griffins. 3 of them. Beaked and clawed, and looking altogether wary. Kellen attempts to calm them so that he may approach, as they seem wounded, and I suspect he was curious about why. I know I was. But the griffins are having none of it. Any attempt to console them is met with warnings and the potential for aggression. So, being sensible, thank the gods, we give up and set up camp somewhere else for the night. And then our luck turns strange. During Ashilde and Alric's watch, there is a noise. Alric and Ashilde object. They speak to something. I can hear it from beyond my tent. I peek out, and lo and behold, there is a dragon of copper coloration, goading Alric and Ashilde by the sounds of it, saying something about jokes. I, personally, have had enough about dragons and assume it can be taken care of, as, well, if it wanted to eat us, I suspect it would have just done so. My attempts to dodge the situation are, unfortunately, met with the copper's jokes. He undoes the tent, allowing it to collapse on me, and I have to knife my way out of it, thinking that we are being attacked. This annoyance only amuses the strange dragon. It calls itself Aaron the Clever, once the party is awake, saying it wishes to find the Kenku, a roving party of them that we had met during Olwen's defense of all places. Of course, that was, by the gods, it must be a month, maybe 2 by now, since that happened. So, of course, we have very little information to offer it, besides that we have seen them at one point. I try to pull a prank of my own, being somewhat tired and perhaps a little testy with it. I try to convince him that the griffins killed his friend, but Silril will have none of it and quickly alerts the copper to my prank. Thankfully, the copper takes it as such and says it is, quote, a good one. After some more conversation, at one point he offers to take my sword off my hands for an absorbment fee. He leaves, without my sword, I should add. Not, of course, before setting up his own last round of pranks. I nearly fall into a pit as he somehow trapped my bedroll under the tent that had collapsed with a ditch. Thankfully, my reflexes allowed me to find that hole before I was buried, and I give one last curse to that wretched copper thing before I go to bed. On the 25th of dawn, we wake again, and Alric makes us a meal, almost spilling his salt thanks again to Erin. This time with Alric leading and myself spotting. For the last leg of our journey, the weather shifts. It gets warmer, but begins to rain. And something catches Alric's and my own attention. A pathway that leads north. And Alric says he feels a pull towards the path. Not a demand, not an enchantment like the one the mouth put on him, but a gentle tug in that direction. We relent and go to investigate, and what we find is the pond. Upon this spring, seemingly hidden between mountain ranges and hills, we find several prey-like animals, rabbits, squirrels, elk, and the like, sipping upon the waters, and changing. Deers begin to gain feathers, birds begin to sing odd songs, and of course Alric, being Alric, takes a sip, and from him emerge 3 eye stalks. Ungainly, almost disgusting. However, he is able to see through them, so I suppose there is some use. Noting that the changes upon the creatures seem to be different, and praying that I myself am not going to gain such eye stalks, I admit that my curiosity gets the better of me, and I also drink. And what I gain is an eye, but unlike the eye stalks, it is just one in the center of my forehead. Teal in coloration, or rather teal iris with black sclera. It allows me to see things, and seeing things I very much do. I see things like ghosts hanging around Morana, including our old friend Lord Hain. I see Silril with wings and a tail. I see Kellen's eyes glow, and a roiling darkness behind Alric. Ashilde's markings are all over her body, even upon her eyelids and within her mouth. I assume I have been drugged at this point, until I look at my own reflection and see the eye with other eyes around it, frantically looking to me very familiar. Silril, curious as well, simply drags her hand across the surface of the water, unaware that this is enough to change her as well, and her hair and eyes begin to glow brilliant gold. I must say, out of all the changes, this is perhaps the least dangerous and perhaps certainly the most attractive of the bunch. Our changing is not yet done, of course. Kellen mocking Alaric deserves Alaric's ire, and Alaric retaliates by splashing him with water, and also getting a shield day by accident, much to her annoyance. Kellen's voice goes to demonic, and shield day also grows eye stalks in a more chaotic pattern. Dear oh dear, how we will look in Eliant. I pay little attention to this, barely noticing it until later, as my attention is directed into the pond, where there is bright light emanating from the other side. As odd as that sounds, that is what I mean, for down beneath the depths, fish swim seemingly upside down, and there seems to be another standing within the pond. Like I was at the bottom of the pond looking up towards the sky. I should have gone and investigate, but I was distracted by Kellen's mockery and Alaric's rage, and I did not. And eventually, with only Marana, who sensibly retreated, with all of us changed except her, we depart, and returned finally to Eliant. I don't know about the others, with their eye stalks and their glowing hair and their deep voices, but my mutation certainly was having an effect on me. As I wander through Eliant, I start seeing things, not just upon my party members' persons, but in the sky, these floating creatures that I cannot even begin to describe. When I try to show them, my illusions simply become unformed blobs. Having been at least a few hours and going well into the night, I am no longer certain I am under some sort of drug or enchantment. If I am, oh dear. The last shock, of course, was yet to come when we returned to the Singing Tear, and inside is Guinevere and Geralt. Guinevere cleaning. Except it wasn't Guinevere, not to me. It was Guinevere with the silhouette of a massive ancient silver dragon behind her. Clearly, this dragon was impersonating or pretending to be the elven figure we have known as Guinevere up until this point. I decide to take a seat. The would-be Guinevere dragon greets us like Guinevere would, with smiles and appreciative nods and hugs, thanking everyone that we had made it home and that Nizathris has been destroyed, or rather grateful. Of course, it is not long before we tell them of the pond, and that seems to distract our success over Nizathris. The eye stalks, of course, being the center of our little show, being probably the most noticeable. Not that a Shirde can keep her mouth shut and decides to mouth off about everyone's unique traits. I guess she was feeling put on the spot at the time. I can't say I'm too happy about it. She informs Guinevere of my sight, and Sildaril even supplies that I am seeing things that no one else can. And I think Guinevere starts to suspect what I am seeing. Perhaps I was just staring too long. I'm not certain, really, at this point, what is real. Anyway, after informing Geralt of where the pond is and explaining our journey, we prepare for baths and have a few more light conversations. Especially between Sildaril and I, where we would talk I allow her the visage of the dragon tail, and she seems to appreciate that illusion. She hugged me. Very surprising considering how we first met. And she even points that out, saying she's glad, despite first impressions. I, in a moment of emotional weakness, call her family. If only she knew what that meant in Shademore. And what that could mean for the politics between Tyros and Careso. Still, she seems hopeful despite these complications. She has a certain spirit about her, and I admit even for myself it is somewhat contagious at times, despite her stoicism. Anyway. After that, with baths had, we prepare for bed. And that is where we left off.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Listen, everybody, unless there are any final things before bed, everybody go ahead and hit that long rest button. As you are in the comfort and protection of the Singing Tear and do not need to take watches.
Boom, long rest. Whoop.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
Just let you know, I don't have inspiration. Just saying.
Yeah?
Yeah, just letting you know, in case you were assuming.
I
Since
wasn't.
everyone... Oh, okay. I see. Understood.
Hey, DM. Gestures to slot on uniform. You can put a medal there if you want. Just saying, there's an open spot.
What's important is that you inspired us.
I'm glad. I'm glad I inspired you, even if DM didn't inspire me. Someone has to in this fucking party.
Damn.
Rude. I felt quite inspiring because, I was offered inspiration last time. So,
Oh, okay.
Silril and Uriel, why don't you guys both hit that long rest unless there's something you're doing in the middle of the night?
I would get a long rest regardless, but yeah, she would check over her weaponry and stuff.
Okay. Your sword has been abandoned for a very long time. So you can definitely tell where there's been that lack of care given to it. It's very obvious.
She would spend 4 hours caring for it.
Okay.
I only need
Little
4 hours
excessive.
to sleep. It's not excessive.
Hey, Alaric sharpened it. That one time.
That one time.
Yeah, it's not that abandoned.
That one time.
It's only moderately abandoned.
It's received the tender care of 2 hands that know how to care for a sword. Even if she was, fooling around with the flail. Poor sword.
Who wants to roll me a d12 at the start of the day? Sorry, not a d12, a d8.
Boy, I sure love hearing the grinding of metal at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Everybody
Fuck it, I'll do it. I'll do it.
slowly emerges from their rooms.
Look,
8.
Hey,
it's thick walls.
Ooh, okay. Huh.
Ah, hurricane.
Perfect. Okay. As the party wakes up, the rain, while still present, has lessened in severity. Not nearly as strong as before, much softer, but still overcast above. Still that difference of a little bit more warmth here in Eliond compared to traveling out there through the rest of the Southlands. But you all wake up and eventually would, I imagine, find your way downstairs, the singing tier.
Yes, I think some of us have chores to attend to before breakfast.
Everybody but Ashilde.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah?
DM, I'd like to go out back and cut some wood.
There's no wood to cut.
There's
He has told you this every time because you went overboard the last time you cut wood.
All right, I like to go out back and habitually look around and realize there's no wood.
Okay. Alec stepping outside with Gerald's confused expression at your back. You make your way outside and realize he's brought the axe in, and there are no excess logs for you to cut, as he told you the last time you were here, and the time before that.
Looks around with this deep-set, heavy-lidded look. John Travolta turning to the left, the right, hands out. What am I supposed to do?
Well, you're on loan, so to speak. For the morning, at least.
Okay. I'll
You'll-
sit by the fire.
No, you'll be helping Mr. Olcott at the stables.
What is that?
Right over there. He gestures to the building very close to the singing tier.
What kind of beast does he own?
It's a stable, lad. Horses.
He needs to take them out or bring them in?
You'll be asking him when you get there.
Anything I should know of the man?
Oh, you'll be fine. I think.
Does he at least know that I am coming?
Mm-hmm.
You've specified my looks, so he's not...
What are you worried
Frightened.
about?
Alec sort of rolls his shoulders and wafts a hand dismissively as he begins to walk off.
Right. Kellen Silverwood, you're on loan to Mr. Broadhurst.
He can't talk, so he just... Or did you say it faded?
Nope.
Still stuck.
Yep.
Well, then he'll just nod. Mm-hmm. And follow Silverroll if she chooses to lead. Yup. Yup.
Marana, Uria, you'll be joining Guinevere there in the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Yuria side-eyes the kitchen, seeing it more as a lair. All right. She hesitantly starts shuffling over. I assume when she woke up this morning, the eye was still there.
You open your eyes and realize that your third eye never closed. And that your dreams were filled with strange visions of the ethereal plane, of entities of undistinguishable shape approaching you as you rested.
So the usual. Got him.
Much more vivid this time.
Fantastic.
And you would see Marana as she makes her way to the kitchen, the entourage of ghosts or specters that follow behind her, sort of phasing. You would see that there's almost some that like are more aware of their situation. They just phase through the walls, while others sort of follow behind her, sort of using the door like a person would, as if they were living. And making your way into the kitchen proper, now crowded with Marana and her spirits, you would see Guinevere, the massive silver dragon, condensed into her elven frame. She smiles at you warmly.
Beard gives a hesitant wave back, sort of taking a moment to take in the kitchen, finding it suddenly very claustrophobic in there. She kind of shuffles between the ghosts, trying not to look at any of them in the face, sort of uncomfortably standing in front of the table.
The only person who doesn't have to do any chores and in fact gets to enjoy a lovely breakfast as part of your stay here. You would get basically 2 hours to yourselves, Ashilde, as the others are set about working this morning, with Alaric working with the stable master here, Mr. Godric Olcott, an older gentleman who just sort of like not taunts Alaric, but very much is like, "Nah, you can lift more than that. Try again."
Oh, it's this asshole, of course.
It's the old man who runs the stables.
Yeah, of course, the one who was there when we were. I remember
Indeed.
him. I remember his vibe.
And it seems like he specifically requested you. And you're in for a lot of heavy lifting for the next 2 hours.
Oh no!
And
Yeah,
when you don't lift what he thinks you can lift, he's like, no, put more.
I just imagine him rolling by and just stacking
Yep.
like hay on the stack he already has and things like that.
So that is your 2 hours, is dealing with this old man who believes you are you're being a little lazy, and
Oh, no.
obviously can do more.
Do you need any kind of roll for that?
No, your strength is high enough that like there are certain things like tasks that in town, if you guys wanted to, or previously, obviously you're adventurers now, but previously, before, with certain stats, you wouldn't have to make rolls, as your stat makes you more than proficient and capable in doing certain tasks, thus finishing jobs.
Lifting heavy things.
Your
Doing
con and your
months
strength
worth
are
of work.
more than enough.
Great.
And it's definitely like winter prep work.
Yeah. Stockpiling firewood, moving the hay around, making way for the horses, things like that.
Indeed. Kellen and Silveril, you are helping Mr. Broadhurst, who looks like he's transitioning over to some warmer clothes for folks here, and has sort of just started busting out some winter bundles here for Eliond. And you guys are sort of moving between the warehouse and here and sort of taking back stock that didn't make the summer or autumn sales and are now being put away and are instead preparing for winter.
Silveril would work hard and try to goad Kellen into talking.
Keeps making faces at her and shaking his head, swatting
She'd
her
be like,
occasionally.
what? What'd you say? Sorry, what?
And swats her on the arm a few times, like, ah!
I don't know what you're saying. It's crazy. Can you? What's going on?
There's Mr. Broadhurst, who's sort of like, usually who's always sort of talking to you guys while you're working and sort of helping you out, sort of seeing this and is like, all right, I'll bat. What happened?
Yes, Galen. She lifting things. Tell him what happened.
And just
I would, but I can't do it justice.
puts his hands on his hips and just glares at her.
She flurries her hand through her glowing hair.
He just points at her and then points to the guy and makes whatever limited hand gesture. You first, even though neither of them will probably understand, but it's his only method.
Silverell, shrugging, just looks back at him like,
Mr. Broadhurst not understanding the gesturing. Is there something that I'm missing, or?
Maybe he just does not want to speak today. Maybe he does not like you anymore.
Starts looking around for something light to throw that won't damage anything.
Mr. Broadhurst, sort of like both brows raised, looks to Kellen.
If I find anything to throw that won't be damaged.
This is all his stuff. You ain't throwing anything of his.
Well, he just sits there with his arms crossed instead, in full pout.
Well, all right. Sorry to have offended you in some way or capacity.
Silverell's just nodding like, can't believe it. She would goad even more further. Pride, you know. Sometimes it gets to people, I suppose. She's just grinning, lifting things onto his cart. Clearly enjoying herself.
Roy doesn't look to be enjoying himself, and it's just sort of like makes a nod and then goes about grabbing some other stuff and starts moving it through the to the warehouse.
Makes
She'd
a
step up to Kellen. You'd better tell him or he's going to believe me.
lifts both hands and just like hovers them like he was about to strangle her and shake her. And just like
That won't go well for you, fighter. Or hunter.
He'll stomp off to find the guy and motion as if he has something to write on. Like pen on paper motions.
Looking at you and sort of taking in your person for a moment, under the presumption that you are still upset at him for something that he did or didn't do. He why don't you roll me high or low? We'll see if he picks up what you're putting down.
High.
Yeah, there's some paper over there on the counter.
All right, well, he'll go over to the counter and start writing the abridged version of what happened. Just very brief and summary. Weird pool southwest of town. Water makes people look weird, like Silverell. Really weird, you know, and he like circles that with arrows and little angry faces, like. And then his voice is ruined for now.
Hearing reading rather that it makes people look weird or different effects, he's like, oh, you know what? I see it now. Yeah, your hair is all different.
Oh my god!
I think messed you up. I think messed you up good. I can tell. Obviously, I'm just messing with you. Gerald let me know before y'all came over.
He like puts both his hands on his head like he's about to scream, and then just.
Come on, you think I was going to ask you what's wrong and not her? Look at her.
Silveril just smiling. Like, wait, what do you mean?
I just wanted to hear it was all. Well, look at yourself and look at the room we're in. There are no torches or lanterns currently because you're here. That's why.
Mm-hmm. I figured this quite refreshing.
Sure. Can you put that up there on that top shelf for me?
Sure.
Having successfully harassed Kellen,
Bullied.
with the assistance, mostly the the job of Siluro, you guys would assist Mr. Broadhurst for the next 2 hours setting up his winter stock. Leaving.
I say I was inspired by our copper friend.
Oh no.
Oh no. We're all fucked.
Leaving Marana and Urnia assisting Guinevere here in the early morning for some preparation throughout the rest of the day, sort of knocking out some early kitchen chores and food prep. Guinevere, looking at Uria, sort of looks at Marana for a moment. I take it you came away unfazed from their little encounter?
Oh, I didn't want to go near the thing.
Understandable and very smart.
No one seems to be harmed, at least this time.
A worrying thought. But you are correct. At least it doesn't appear that any of your companions are hurt in any long-term way.
It kind of nods, continuing whatever potato peeling or otherwise.
You're washing potatoes.
Washing potatoes. Oh.
You're washing potatoes.
Skin on, baby!
Tossing any of them that have been sitting a little too long, got little sprouts going.
Now you just pick those off.
It depends how much.
Yeah, I mean, if the thing looks like it's growing out of Chernobyl, yes. Guinevere will tell you to toss it. However, as with a lot of the produce here, a lot of it is rather nice, given the sort of conditions of the Southlands. Obviously, the farms here are of different stock. And Uria, your hyperfixation on the crowded room, you would feel not only the presence of the specters that sort of watch you, as if knowing that you can see them.
Uria is very much like your boss looming over you while you work. She is very fixated on whatever chore she's doing. Only when Guinevere talk does she have to stop as she hears the booming dragon voice in the tiny kitchen.
The reverberating sound.
Yeah.
As well, the shapeless masses that sort of drift through the walls of and through the air of this place. A portion of the ethereal plane. Entities where your mind cannot comprehend shape or size. As they too pass through, unfazed by the world. And for the next 2 hours, you assist the people here of Eliand and finish your chores, putting you a little later in the morning, but still have plenty of the day ahead of yourself. Eventually, you would all converge back at the singing tier and will be treated to a very hearty breakfast. Yes?
Before that, you said this is going on for 2 hours.
Correct.
Yeah, about like an hour in, Yuri would finally snap, slamming whatever potato or dish she had.
Oh boy.
And growl at Morana. Could you get them to move?
What?
They've been staring at me this whole time.
For a moment, Murata seems just like shocked, and then just like, oh god.
That's that's some schizo energy right there. Holy
It really
shit, dog.
is. The eye staring at you.
Sorry.
But yeah, the emotion goes from what the fuck to oh god, she knows.
She knows.
What do you do, Murata, when faced with this outlash like this?
There's just kind of a pleasant smile and like a pleading look to Guinevere, like
Maybe we're not all completely okay.
There's a twitch in her eye.
Guinevere, who's been in the process of sort of finely dicing some vegetables, hears the outburst and very quickly snaps her attention up and sees Yuria just wide-eyed, bloodshot eyes, looking around.
Yeah.
Shit.
Why don't you go ahead and take a coffee break, Yuria, to clear your mind?
More like clear the room, she growls as she marches out to get coffee. Only when she leaves does she like take a breath of air, feeling finally to have some personal space.
Guinevere looks to you, Marana. A very sympathetic look, this not really understanding what happened.
the feeling is mutual, but with like a hint of like, I'm scared.
Why don't you also go ahead and take a break? Probably give Yuri a white bath.
There's an enthusiastic nod. And Marana will go for a little walk.
Where are you at, Yuri, when Marana leaves?
Probably by the bar where I'm assuming the coffee pot is. Wherever the coffee pot is. Sort of nervously, like handshaking as she pours coffee into the cup, grumbling to herself, clear my head.
You would watch as Marana eventually makes her way out of the kitchen too, followed by the entourage. And among the entourage who pay no mind to you now, there's Hane, who just sort of this wide, toothy grin as he walks past you, this sort of strut that he has as if he's achieved something.
She would grind her teeth and then cast dissonant whispers on him.
It does nothing.
There's this sort of, as she grips her helmet, there's this sort of, like, almost condensation seems to gather around the helmet as power channels through it. But then nothing seems to happen. She only fumes more.
And though you cannot hear it, you do see the mocking laugh of Hane as he fades out through the door with Marana.
And we're gonna have a little talk out by one of the trees.
she doesn't so much cool off as brood as she sits at the bar sipping aggressively coffee with her other hand tapping against the wood, looking like she's ready to kill.
Oh god, she's become that guy from Sunny in Philadelphia who connects all the strings.
Charlie, yeah.
Charlie.
I feel like instead of episode titles, you should intro us out with a "It's Always Sunny" title card.
The gang drinks water.
The gang gets stupid.
But yeah.
Could you do that for us? It'd be appreciated.
But yeah, find some place that is somewhat semi-private and have a conversation with my friends.
What are you saying? What are you asking of them? Because you don't see them.
But I know they're there.
Yeah.
I understand some of you can't help it more than others. But until Gyoria gets rid of that eye, could you maybe be a little bit discreet?
It is invisible. You need to be more discreet.
Yeah. Exactly. What the fuck do you even say to a ghost? Okay? Like, just try it.
Why don't you roll me a persuasion check?
And she also goes,
I'm so sorry, Mr. Strongo, if you're listening, Hunter.
and then just makes kind of like a pointed stare at wherever she feels the cold shoulder of pain. But sure. Yeah.
Among all of the specters that follow you, you wouldn't hear anything. Not immediately. No response that is given. What is your current proficiency set to?
Right now I have the hunter. Will that change?
No, the hunter stays.
Okay.
You would hear a sort of like scoff. Familiar voice. The only one who sounds off. As you feel at least the presence around you, the air around you, you realize had been very cold up until this point, now relaxes, and you sort of feel the warmth here in Eliant.
I'll be back, I'm sure. Just not right now.
Eventually, the party would be made whole. Yuria, to your potential delight, who knows? There is only one specter that follows.
Oh, only one? That's great.
Only one that follows Marana.
Finally.
As eventually the party is made whole, and you find yourself in the singing tier, treated to a very hearty morning breakfast. What is the plan today, adventurers?
We are still in town. So, probably get ready to head out unless we need to stay for a reason.
I mean, Yuria sort of stabbing at her food. No longer that burning, smoldering anger at the stress. Now just more like tired and confused as one hand. Her head's buried in one hand as she lazily eats with the other. I believe Alaric mentioned we want to, she clears her throat, find the caravans, right?
He sort of perks up to the mention, and rather than saying anything, he just shows his agreeance through a bob of the head.
All right. Well, I admit it has been a while since we've been put upon this path, and a lot has happened. No one, by any chance, would be able to refresh me on what we know regarding the caravans.
Well, Ellen mentioned that the Kingsmen knew of a place where they might have gone if they were in any sort of trouble.
Her gaze slithers upon Kellen's glowy-eyed visage. Do you still remember where that might be?
Referring to the caravans, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
He nods.
Kellen's not talking.
After all this warning stuff, would it have been reasonable to say that an unattuning of the glove could have happened in that period?
You tell me, dog.
Yeah, well, he'll set it on the table in front of Yuria and then point to his eyes and then to hers with a hand up.
With an unimpressed raise of her brow, she glances between weapon and man.
His eyes still glow without it being attuned, in other words.
I don't know, DM. Does his eyes still glow without him being attuned?
I almost want him to ask.
Not in that voice. He did mention it before all that happened.
Yuri's gone through a lot, though.
It's true. She's a little distracted right now. She's just looking at you, sort of. I mean, to her, you just put your weapon on the table for some reason.
Completely disregarding the conversation at hand. Do you know where the caravans were? Puts weapon on table. Party goes, what?
Nodded. He said, that's a yes. Well, I sort of do. In player remembers, sort of. Character should obviously remember.
Well, if he doesn't say anything, she will shrug, go back to eating.
Oh my god.
Actually, she'd glance over, see Silver, and go, ooh, squint. And then go back to eat.
Being with Silura at the table, you all are painted in this gold light.
Maybe we should talk to Mr. Duskbrand about seeing if we can remove some of these effects.
Yuria glances up to Morana, sort of trying to cover her face, like one would cover their eyes during a sunset against Siluriel's glare.
What's that? God.
And then note that actually, DM, how many ghosts are currently hanging around Morana?
One.
Just the one.
And it's not looking at you. It sort of has its back to Morana. Its attention out towards the rest of the inn, as if keeping watch.
Her eyes narrow, and rather than answering your suggestion, she almost whispers, "So you did move them."
Stuffing a very full forkful into her face. Huh? And just unintelligible response.
She leans
And a shrug
forward,
goes back to stabbing food.
leaning forward, glaring daggers at Marana. I snapped, told you to move them. You casually walk out. When there were many, there are now one. I'm not crazy. You know about them, she says, sounding crazy.
And again, Marana's going to capitalize on this by, like, looking over at, like, Alaric, Kellen.
As you keep talking about it, eventually the specter, the ranger, does turn, slowly looking over its shoulder, its hooded, like, features obscured, and then goes back to its watch.
What is this?
You're gold, and you're just seeing things, and Alaric's like a snail.
Well,
What?
everything that she has seen has been true.
They just kind of squints at
Cyril? So then, you're a dragon?
I have the blessing of one.
I hate to PvP, but I'm feeling the need to insight.
Against...
Marana. She seems... Well...
sus.
She seems a little squeamish, and for someone who thinks the other person's crazy. Rather than just pretending that Yuri is nuts, she's trying to change the conversation, which in Yuri's brain is sort of a red flag. Actually, you know what? You know what? We'll roll these. There we go.
Marana, it's up to you.
Oh.
That insight was against you.
Oh.
Indeed.
You're suspicious.
I would say that kind of... It definitely does seem like she's trying to change the subject, but also she's also kind of always been non-confrontational in that regard.
All right.
So it's like, although Yuria, it has happened before, so Yuria can still very easily still hold on to those suspicions, I'd say.
She definitely looks suspicious, maybe verging on paranoid at this point. I don't know why. As she looks, she sees Marana sort of squirming in that way that she does. And she almost sort of presses, but then Cyril says everything Yuri has seen is true, and this sort of catches her, remembering the floating blobs in the sky and other strange things that she can't quite prove actually exists that no one else seems to notice. And she sort of just purses her lips and slaps back in her chair, stabbing annoyingly at her, or annoyed at her, at the rest of her food. One foot would be sort of jerking up and down as she occasionally steals glances up and around the party, trying not to look and then looking at Guinevere occasionally.
Unlike the others at the table, Guinevere keeps that very pleasant demeanor the entire time. And as you look at her, you can't help but feel that the smile becomes a little bit more pronounced, a little bit more draconic.
I'm not hungry anymore. She pushes the plate away.
What is wrong? All these things you're saying, is that terrible?
Oh no, blow up part 2.
Yes? No? She rubs her eyes. Not the third eye, but her actual eyes. I don't know.
Tell us, what do you see? Perhaps we can help.
I've already told you what I see in all of you. I mentioned the things in the sky, and you all pretended that I'm crazy.
That's not fair.
I don't think you're crazy. We all drank the water, no?
That sounds like craziness, actually.
Callan just nods, like, mm-hmm.
She straightens and begins sort of taking slow breaths, trying to relax. I did not sleep very well last night, either. My dreams were less than pleasant. Not horrible, just unsettling.
Then that should be all the more reason to do something about it.
I just can't shake the feeling that what I'm seeing is just hallucination. Something about it feels very real.
Then it is real.
Oh?
Why would you fret and waste time believing it is not? Why not believe your eyes as they are now?
She runs her hands through her hair, and Silro would feel that tingling sensation that suggests Yuria wants to talk to her psychically.
You would notice that the entire time the party's been talking, as Guinevere is drinking from her drink, her eyes never leave you with a very intent stare.
As she speaks to Silro, her actual, like her physical words, sort of fade into this almost monotone. I'd like confirmation. And in Silverill's head, she would hear, if she allowed the communication, what do you know about silver dragons?
Well, they are, just if important as all the others. I assume you are asking because you see one, she would say in her head. And right off the beat of the hat, if she didn't answer right away, she'd be like, tell me, what does she look like? Tell me each detail.
What?
You can see her. Then yes. Tell me.
Her?
She great? She large?
Wait. How long has she been that?
As far as I can tell, forever. She asks to keep it
So Guinevere
a
was
secret.
not. How do you know this?
She told me.
You believed her?
I have no reason not to.
So Guinevere was not abducted and replaced by a dragon?
You hear a laugh in her head. No, I do not believe so. Wouldn't that be a thing, though? Imagine. Again with the, what does she look like? Gorgeous, beautiful, large, elegant.
Big. Almost like Nisathris, but, well, obviously Nisathris had more vibrant hues. White, this one's more, well, metallic. Large frill upon the head. Large wingspan, I imagine. It's difficult to tell when she's sort of scrunched up inside the room.
I wish I could see you with your eyes.
Huh. She's still staring at me, isn't she?
She would look over at she would look over at Guinevere.
Guinevere, who set down her cup, has very gently folded her hands together, turns her attention away from Yuria for a moment as you look at her and offers you a warm smile. Well, any more dilly-dallying, and I believe I'll have more chores for you to do.
Silril would smile as she says in her head if Fury is still listening. It's probably accurate. Remember though, I think she prefers her privacy and such.
Yes, I imagine so. And I have noticed...
Trust your eyes. They've all you've got, yeah?
That's a horrifying thought.
I can think of worse.
This almost catches her, and there's like this sort of questioning tilt of her brow before she cuts the connection. She seems now sort of less manic and sort of settles into her chair, more thoughtful than sort of paranoid and hysterical. Unless anyone else talks to her, she wouldn't say anything.
Kellen is just full of words, but he says nothing.
Why not?
Quiet, Kellen. It's so weird.
To start, I need to go to the general store and buy like some little soft pellets or something like that, and just start like throwing them at. She becomes a brat.
during this conversation, Alaric, are you doing anything? Or are you just vibing?
Really just waiting for a conclusion to arrive.
There's this like very long pause where like the conversation had happened and then just silence where Yuria and Siluril stop talking until Guinevere speaks. What are you doing, party?
Well,
Yes, we're gonna
Miss
try.
Sibyl.
Yes, it would have been several days for those caravans, if not weeks.
If you're going out looking for the caravans, I can tell you you're about a month behind. They were meant to arrive here on the 17th of God's Night, but never came. I'm not sure what you'll find, if anything at all, but whatever you do find, we'd be more than happy for you to bring it back.
I think that's the plan. Salvage whatever remains before we resume any more hunts. I believe you said they were going to come from the north, Kellen?
He kind of points up and then tilts his arm to the left. Yeah, well, it'd be his left facing her. And to kind of indicate compass marks. So north and west.
They'd be coming along the road, not the north.
Kind of drums his fingers on the table how to explain what the Kingsman told him.
There's a very sympathetic look of just kind of like, maybe just bite the bullet, man.
Nope. Well, the rest of y'all were there.
There's just a grin. Silra looks at him.
Right. Okay. I'm going to take care of your dishes, get them cleaned up. You can go about preparing whatever little adventure you're about to go on. I'll be downstairs if you need me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nia. I do have a favor, though, while you're out and about. If you happen upon, it's rather embarrassing to even ask. If you happen upon any old coins.
Coins?
It's kind of a brow raise.
Older coins. How best to describe it? Your gold and silver that you have now, I believe, should bear some mark of the Bryn dynasty, denoting its mint. Should you find any older coins, I would very much like to see them. You are going about and exploring all these dangerous places after all, I suppose. Should you come across any, I'd be happy to pay for some.
Is there any way we can tell how they look? Anything specific?
Well, the sort of markings on them will denote their age, as well as sort of the edges on the side. You see, gold and the platinum, silver, all of them, they've sort of changed values over the years. A lot of older coins are far more valuable than what you have today, purely because the people that were trading them back in the time gave them such value. And they denoted this by sort of etches or marks in the coin. As well, the faces on them are entirely different. I imagine there are still coins minted in the High King's father's face that still exist.
I'm sure there are some. We can keep an eye out for older coinage if we find any.
She kind of adds with a shrug, looking to the rest.
That'd be very kind of you. You don't have to go out of your way or go spelunking anywhere dangerous. Just if you happen across something, I'd love to see them.
Is it for some kind of purpose or just a hobby?
For me.
You collect them?
Well, in a way, yes. I like history.
Of course. If we can find them, then we will bring them back.
DM, do I have any memories of coinage from Erdown's time?
The Age of Woe coin was practically useless.
Understood. It seems like a minor memory, but I figured I'd ask.
It'd be very kind of you, dear. Now, if you need me, I'll be in the kitchen. I wish you the best of luck in your travels, and I hope that if you do find the caravans, I hope that they're hale and whole, and have just simply got lost.
A pleasant fact I'm sure all of us would welcome.
Turning, she gathers up everybody's finished plates, if they're done with them, and would make her way back to the kitchen, leaving you all alone.
Well, are we ready to go?
Can we bring Shane this time? I am very tired of walking.
You
We
see
were
why
not
not?
told no. He nods.
Sorry, what? You both talked at once. I didn't catch what you said.
I see why not. That is if he wants to go with us.
What do you mean if? Isn't this why we rescued him?
No, we rescued him to give him better options, a better future. To give him the option to do such. Not to force him to come with us.
Oh.
It might also be useful in the event that we find the supplies, but not anyone to bring them back. It has been a month.
Is Alric still carrying around that oversized crate?
Yeah, we're taking it to Reynolds.
Okay.
I'd say that it's upstairs with his things. It's not on him right now.
Understood. Yuri pinches the bridge of her nose. I suppose Alaric can also put that crate he's been lugging around on there and stop pretending to be a mule.
Well, I have been a mule, all of you, for a while now. But the crate is not a problem. It is not that heavy.
Seems rather large.
I bet everything seems large to you, not to me. Especially in Tiros.
That comment gets her to sort of eject from the conversation with a scoff.
At that, Alaric will sort of set a palm on the table and push himself up. I'm going to go get my things. I suggest you all do the same. I was speaking to Reynolds before we leave.
Well, we might have to go out that way to pick up Shane, so we might as well drop off the creature we found. You found, rather.
We all did.
Well, I'll go get my things then.
Yuri nods and complies, giving the specter the stink eye as Marana passes before following a few feet behind.
Alaric doesn't go with them right away. He more so looks to Kellen and Siluril.
Siluril would stand stretching and go to gather her armor and things.
Aldine?
Kellen seems to magically just manifest his backpack from under the table where it was sitting this entire time.
Right.
Boy Scout.
Neat trick, that.
Ranger things, bud.
Alaric will fall off for the group.
Okay. Everybody gathering their equipment, their things, and once more, I imagine, convene, now ready for travel. Gathered up as a party with all of your equipment, your things of interest. Where are you heading, party?
I believe we're going to go meet the one-armed slayer, and we're also going to ask if Shane would like to come with us and be our driver, finally.
Okay.
Off the creepy critter. Grab our chauffeur.
All right. Go ahead and move your token, please, to where you would like to go. Anybody at all?
I know. Well, if
It's going.
if we're moving fast, I can lead. Otherwise,
Well, no,
somebody
right now we're
wants-
just in town.
Oh yeah. Well then, I thought we were. I
Walks
was
to edge of town. All right, roll me an encounter dice, please.
Yeah, start fighting the livestock.
Fighting the livestock.
Bear
About to take
charges.
over town.
Okay.
All right.
Making your way up to Reynolds' home. Knocking on the door would be a long pause until eventually Reynold would open it, pulling the door open partway, seeing the party, and then opening it the full way. All right. Good morning.
As soon as he opens the door, Alaric sort of puts the crate in front of him. Right there and then, wedging it between the door and himself.
You can see whatever pleasantry was about to be given to you as a party immediately fades away. Okay. He steps out, closing the door behind him. Come on. And takes you down to the basement.
It's basement time.
Yep. No pretenses here, old friend.
Stepping down into this sterile basement. Yuria.
Oh, no. Yeah?
Yeah. The moment you see Reynold is the moment you realize just all the weird things about him. You would see where the arm is gone, there is this sort of spectral, ethereal arm in place of it, where like you can almost see where there are bones present beneath it. You would see as well, much like you, he bears an eye in the center of his forehead.
Nice. Is it also teal in coloration?
Correct, as is the arm. And you would note that along
warlocks.
his throat down are just a bunch of these strange arcane marks. These sort of weird runic symbols that sort of fade beneath the clothing. And as you step down into the basement, those weird amalgamations, those things that you cannot make sense of, are here. And they originate from here.
She has been sort of, as she sees Ranald and is sort of getting used to and sort of pumping herself to sort of take on these phantasms, reasoning with herself that she kind of has to rely on her senses one way or another. She does pretty well seeing Ranald with these surprising traits, hiding her surprise until she goes downstairs and she can't help but freeze seeing the strange entities that somehow originate from the basement. How big are these things again?
There is no shape, no size. They are there.
They're just like
Incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible. Indeed, as you descend into the basement with the rest of your companions, you would watch as almost being in like the center of a vortex or the eye of the storm, so to speak, as these entities sort of emerge and disappear from this point of origin.
So these things defy shape, reason, and
Yes.
senses. Okay. Yuria can only look at them for so long before she suddenly starts feeling really dizzy and has to sort of catch herself against the wall, forcing her vision away from these odd entities in the vortex that seems to be spawning from them. Where's this vortex in the room? Just
Directly
ceiling,
above
floor?
on the ceiling.
Okay.
Oop, we lose somebody?
Alaric.
So Alaric gets sucked into the vortex.
Bye. Wait!
Nice. Now we're gonna. Oh, there he is.
He returned.
My Discord crashed.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
gesturing with his one good hand. All right. Put it there.
Alaric foot slogs forward, the crate in his hands, and whatever there is, he sets it, and then takes back a step.
Well, don't go just yet. Blow off the lid.
You don't want to ask me what it is first?
No. You brought it here for a reason.
Alaric, who looks altogether puzzled, looks to the party for a moment and then moves up to the crate again and with one tentative finger slowly pulls it open.
As you pull it open, roll me. Just fucking. As you pull it open, the entity inside is dead. This viscous blob inside of it, of which Reynold raises a brow for only but a moment, and that look is immediately replaced with a sort of interest or a curiosity as he sort of, as you sort of peel away the lid a little bit, the other hand, his hand comes over and just pushes the lid off entirely and just sort of, right. Where'd you find this?
Well, as we were traveling to Olwyn's lair, we discovered a hive of giant wasp. The queen had been infected with this thing. It was clung to the underside of her body. It was feeding off of her.
Oh. Right. You killed it.
We saved her. We pulled it out. And then I gave it a good stumping.
You wash out those boots?
Yes.
You might want to do it again.
I'll give them a good scrubbing after this, I promise.
He sort of eyes you up and down as you ask Marana, looking at Alaric, and then turning his attention to the rest of the party. A denizen from a place many mortals haven't seen. Simply put, it's an abyssal worm. A leech.
Are they commonplace?
No. No, quite the opposite. They're from a plane. It's known as the Deadlands. Imagine, if you would, as far as your eye can see, swamp and moor. But there's no sun, no moon. Just trudging through black water and trees that are grasping at you.
As he details the Deadlands, does this ring any bells?
Why don't you roll me a history check?
Not for me, but for Erdan.
Ooh, no.
Okay. I mean, I'll roll a history check anyway. Wow.
.2. The thought pops up in your head. Where have you heard the Deadlands before? That's right. It's one of the many layers of the abyss. Your father has a book on it.
She opens her mouth to speak about how she knows of this, and then remembers that her father has a book on it, and promptly closes it tightly.
They're, parasites, obviously. They attach themselves to living creatures and siphon just about anything they can. Life, vitality, souls if they're able.
If there was one, perhaps there's more, you think?
You'd have probably seen them. They make nests.
Then there might be a nest nearby.
Again, you'd have seen it. There'd have been more than one bound to the creature you fought. They're, they don't really care for, personal space. I've seen creatures with up to 20 on them. Barely able to move. They're piloted by the worms. Sort of told how to think, how to act, what to do. If you found just one, well, you did the right thing. You killed it and didn't let it get away.
Is it normal for it to be alone?
No. But it means that the gap that it came through wasn't open, or wasn't wide enough.
Didn't you say what was the creature that was fused with the chimera? Was it also from a place like this?
Aye. Well, not from the abyss. Speaking of a gibbering mouther. They're from another place. The abyss is different. It how to describe it? There are many layers. Each one different from the other. Each one possessing a unique feature, trait. Some mirror our land. Like right here. In a different part of the abyss is this place. Twisted with whatever magic's there. Others are nothing. Vast seas of black.
Then perhaps the same people that made the chimera, the spider, the basilisk. Maybe they didn't bring this, or...
Well, that I'm not sure. Seeing this, it only makes me wonder if whoever you're fighting, that mouth and the others, whatever magic they're using is opening small rifts, allowing things like this to seep through. I'll cut it open, see what I can find, see if I can't get anything from it when I carve.
Yuri gives the body a glance. Isn't it squashed?
Yeah.
You're going to cut that smear open.
I've worked with less. I'm not making any promises. Me carving it is purely for self-interest.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What else?
A question.
Okay.
What is that on your ceiling?
for the first time that you've known Reynold, he cracks a smile. Part of my workshop.
It's making things.
Aye.
Things that lack definition.
Definition to the untrained.
Untrained in what?
If you manage to keep your mind about you and still want to know next time you come back through, maybe I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Silver's staring up like, what the fuck?
Everybody is, I think.
Yeah. Oh, like
pretty
what?
much.
On the ceiling, huh?
Everybody looks up, you just see that smooth stone ceiling that's up there. The sort of
Yep.
markings that are present that you had seen previously, where like the hooks were coming from, where he had sort of mounted them up there for like the Nightmare Manticore. But there's nothing that would denote this sort of like whatever she's talking about.
So, you're going to clue us in? Are you going insane?
Grabbing the crate, he upturns it so the creature sort of like splatters across the top of the counter. Right, your box. He pushes it forward.
He would take it.
Anything else?
How's Shane been? Since he's been staying here.
He's been good. Won't leave the
How you
side
like
of his horses.
And how you like the horses?
I don't see him.
You don't see the horses?
They're not mine. So,
Don't like looking at the horses?
I don't very much care for animals that aren't mine.
Alright. Well, I'm glad it's been great.
What's that on your shoulders? Underneath your cloak.
Wriggling.
Untrained eyes, Iria grumbles.
It would be at this time that Ashilda would, just throw her cloak off with a very angry look.
Reynold, unlike the others you've met who show shock or horror, Reynold has none of those expressions on his face. He just sort of looks at you for a moment. Okay. How'd you get those?
Dwarfish glaring ensues, directed at Alaric.
His attention follows the glaring to Alaric.
Alright, listen. We found a well, a magical well out near the town. Animals were drinking from it. We were a little bit parched. And we drank from it as well. I drank from it. Some were splashed. It was an accident. And things happened.
Right.
Insert long-winded dwarven chiding about how I didn't drink anything.
So, not an accident.
Well, accidental insofar as we did not expect the water to be more than water.
You know, some part of me doubts that.
Right? That's still the gist of it.
Looking at you, I see Marana's the only one who had her wits about her.
I just didn't get splashed.
I'll drink it.
I guzzled it in a water skin here.
His brows raise. You gathered it.
Mm.
Right. Let me see it.
What do you plan to do with it?
I don't
I
know.
rather like it.
You rather like it.
Oh dear.
You going to drink it again?
I did not drink it. I merely touched it.
Right. Touching, drinking, splashing. All of these had an effect on you and yours, and you took some.
I'd hoped to bring it back to see if perhaps you or another here could find out what it is, and we could remedy it. If it is not natural.
Oh. Okay. 2 things this morning then. Let me see it.
Should pull out the water skin and hand it to him.
But that wasn't really a spring, was it? Was that perhaps, do you think, one of these gaps you've mentioned?
Well, given how thin the veil is, and that you're already finding things like this, these worms, it might have been. Though, he sort of is looking all of you over for a moment, as if looking for something within you, like looking through you almost. And then satisfied with whatever he saw, he gives a nod. No, you're fine. I'll take a look at this with the worm as well. See whatever I can find. If the effects are reversible, I'll let you know.
Will you be able to divulge all of the effects it can cause?
Maybe. There's no guaranteeing, though, that wherever you found this thing, the effects could be the same next time you come through. Depending on where it's from, might mean that depends on whatever effects you get. Eyes, vision, light, voices. Next time you go through, it could be even worse. Transform into something else entirely.
Or better?
Or worse.
Wait, did you say if the effects are reversible?
If. Certain openings, the rifts between, that breach the veil, depending on where it's from, depends on the potency and how strong it is. You find a particularly rich source, well, those effects aren't going away anytime soon.
We will
Aye.
be.
Even you grumbles.
Side-eyeing Callan's grumbling.
You should heal him.
Anyway, just so you know, O Hunter, we weren't the only ones to drink from it. Several animals did as well.
He
Hopefully,
sort of pauses at that, pondering it. Before or after you drank?
before. And they suffered similar changes, though perhaps nothing quite as, odd.
He slowly looks to Alaric.
Ulrich, and the two stalactite for eyes coming out of his shoulders look back. What?
You saw beasts drinking from it, and you drank nonetheless.
That's right.
And you sprayed your companions with it.
Perhaps I did.
That's the most reckless, stupid thing I've ever heard.
It was a moment of jubilation. I wouldn't look too deep into it. We're fine. Are we not fine?
What if you hadn't been?
Lesson learned.
Really?
Hopefully.
He shakes his head.
Alaric, you did say you were called to the spring, if I remember correctly.
Well, it wasn't exactly a voice calling me by name. It was more of like a yearning.
Well, consider yourself lucky then.
Well, I might. Now that I know I'm not going crazy, or rather, if I am, you and I are both crazy.
Again, that smile. No. You will, though.
Is that why you left the Slayers?
No.
She doesn't really have a reply to that, only a short nod.
You get the feeling, looking at how he looks through True Sight. This is probably common for a lot of Slayers.
Yeah.
And looking at him, he probably sees what you see.
Yeah. She, at this point, she doesn't even bother with the helmet. She's just looking at him. Eyeball in the center of her head, staring at him, at his eyeball, staring back at her.
Right. I'm gonna study this worm and the water. See what I can find from it. If the effects are reversible, what I can define about it and probably where it came from. If you're looking for Shane, he's gonna be outside. Probably tending to the horses already.
You'll have to teach me how to hide the eye if it's not going away.
I could teach you. Though it's not my knowledge to give. And they'll want something back for it.
I didn't realize the organization were handing out eyeballs.
There's a lot you don't know. Now, unless you're gonna watch me work, Be on your way.
Yuri just gives a short nod and turns around and heads upstairs.
Pardon?
Time to go find Shane.
Yeah, guess so.
Indeed.
Okay. Making your way upstairs, back out into the sort of light overcast here in Elion. You would see out in the farm, or in the small farmstead around Reynolds' home, you would see Shane, who is sort of tending to his sort of gathering of horses, these massive draft horses. And you would see that there are far less of them this time around compared to last time, thus telling you that Shane's sort of business here of renting these massive workhorses is working out very well for him. And as you all approach and begin to make your way towards Shane, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
grr.
Time to ruin his business. Well, Shane, I'm glad your business is going well. Anyway, I hope you're ready to be an adventurer. Grab Shane. Get on the cart.
I'm back.
You left? I didn't know.
Gotta go piss.
Nice. For 15 minutes?
It was a very long piss.
God damn. What happens when your chat keeps telling you to hydrate?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Lots of lore and secrets so far.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad that you're playing Call of Cthulhu?
Yo, bro, I'm
I
hyped.
fucking love Call of Cthulhu, so I have no issue.
I'm hyped. I know everyone else is like, what do you mean? But I'm enjoying myself. Is Yuri enjoying herself? I mean, I'm enjoying myself.
She's fine.
Wait, she looks fine. Question mark.
There are ancient eldritch horrors in the bottom of that one-armed man's basement.
Okay, Uriah, let's get you back to bed.
I swear to God, he's got a robo hand.
Uriah's resolve is being tested. Doom, paranoid.
I'm telling you, Guinevere has been abducted by ancient dragons.
I love how that's her thought too. Not that she is one. It's just that Guinevere is gone. She's been
had
taken.
to think about it, and I'm like, this is a woman from Shademore. The first thing you would think is, yeah, they've been abducted and replaced by a skinwalker. That
Absolutely.
makes sense.
In this case, it's however many ton worth of skinwalker
Yeah, well,
posing
in
as
Tyros,
a
right?
tiny elf.
Everything's bigger in Tyros, including the skinwalkers.
God damn, look at the
That's a
size of that
big bit.
skinwalker.
Just takes a giant skin. Yeah. Plus, I mean, we just got over the whole Nizathris thing, And she's not as well educated as the other Tarosians about metallics versus chromatics.
Well, now she kind of like can put two and two together and understand why Cyril kind of trusts her so much.
Yeah, I think so. At the moment, it's more like she's just kind of figured out that what she's seeing isn't just hallucinations or illusions, and she's not just going nuts, because obviously Reynolds also has an eyeball, so clearly we're both crazy. I mean, there's something to be said about what she's seeing. It's not just insanity, and that's cool.
You are going inside.
Yeah, I know. But the images aren't the reason, aren't from my insanity. They're what's causing the insanity, and there's a difference. Reality, I say, as my skin starts to melt.
You guys also learned that there are different layers of the abyss.
You mean they learned? I already knew, deal.
Smile. It's definitely a moment where Yuria was like, I know what that is. And then the answer to how she knows presents itself in her father's vast study and goes, oh, fuck.
Those were one of those books I wasn't supposed to read. Oops.
Whoops-a-doodle. I'm going to put that back before Dad or the doctor sees me.
Yeah, guys, the abyss, that's crazy.
Never heard of it. What's that? I got any music. Well, let's see some of these. See what they sound like.
I love playing crazy. That was such a good bit. I'm telling you, Marana's got ghost people following her, and she knows about it. It's real. It's real.
That was a great part. It was like, you do know. You sent them away. Marana's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We'll just shut up before I 3d6 sneak attack your kidney.
I know. Slowly turning into the prophet.
We already have a prophet in this world.
Yeah.
Many.
Oh.
Prophets.
There's many CRs of prophets.
And they all have their eyeballs in their hand, I
That's
imagine.
all right.
Of course they do. It's an initiation process. They just
Yeehaw!
bob you in the back of the head and your eye pop out. You're one of us now, brother.
Pop them right out.
Yeah. Why do we gotta hold them in our hand? This just seems impractical. Shut up. Don't question the tradition.
How about you stop talking, idiot?
3 guys are in
Be
the
glad we
corner.
don't put them in your mouth.
3 guys in the corner using their eyeballs as marbles.
They get them all mixed up though, because they all have brown eyes. It's like, shit.
Oh, fuck. Is this yours? No. Pops it in the mouth. Spits it out. No, that's yours.
That don't taste like mine.
That's yours. Ah, thanks, man.
Mine's more salty.
Salty eye fluids. Delish.
It's literally the fucking dude from Pirates of the Caribbean whose eyeball keeps falling
Yes!
down.
Correct. But worse, because
Rubs.
he can't cast Calamitous Prognostication.
Are you
No
sure? He's got a
hydrate.
book. He reads. Or tries to.
You get credit for trying.
He knows the good Lord.
Doom.
Or tries to.
Boom.
I think my guy was a prophet. There's no way he could have survived without being a prophet.
Fall.
No, I don't think.
8d6 damage. Fall.
I see the DM wishes new characters now. Very good.
8d6 damage.
Stop.
Fall.
He's realizing True Sight was a mistake and he's killing my character in retaliation. He's like, I can't do any more illusions. This character's gotta go. Goodbye.
Why is God pointing a gun at me?
What's that, Lord? You want me to go behind this shed?
You feel the urge to go behind the shed for some reason. Waiting for you is a young man wielding a double-barrel shotgun who says, "I'm sorry, old yeller."
Buckshot.
Wow. I can't believe I'm being railroaded.
I'll do it again.
Stop.
I'll do it again.
I've seen it.
We gotta rebalance the party. Kills one.
Cracks knuckles. Let's see.
That'll do.
Which one of you? Eeny, meeny, miny. You.
Ooh.
You.
The monster casts Disintegrate.
You with the god rolls. Yes, die.
DM, that's a knoll. I know. How does it have Disintegrate? Because I said so.
God. You think gnolls can't be clerics? That's a little racist.
Disintegrate. That's basically what you did with Tarth. And we were all just like, wait a minute.
That's what I mean. Well, that's you fought a beholder.
Yeah, but
They
it's
could
just
always
like,
do that.
damn. And the same thing is, I use that same beholder stats in another game of mine, and
Incidentally.
hit the cleric with that beam. Thankfully, the cleric made the save, and I was like, yeah, that's gonna be 24. And he's like, cool, down to 12.
No. No.
But I made the save, correct?
Yeah, you did. Your benefit is that you don't die.
He's like, well, now I'm down to 6 hit points.
That's
Like,
good.
yeah. Good
Congratulations.
job.
You've just been shot. Literally, the beholder pulls out a glizzy and fires it at you.
Exactly.
Disintegrating ray, he says as he cocks it sideways and starts filling you with lead.
I missed Tarth.
Oh my god. Yes.
The Knoll Marauder, who possesses no magic whatsoever, pulls out a wand of disintegration.
Huh?
It
That's just
goes,
the Glock.
I bought this from eBay. It goes, skittle, skadoodle, your dick is now a noodle.
Those
Yeah,
were
Mike.
better days.
A noodle?
DM, I don't have a noodle.
Oh, now you do.
Noodle?
Too bad.
A noodle.
A noodle, that's right.
What kind?
Fettuccine.
Angel hair.
Oh.
Honey, it's 3 a.m.
Beholder, you
A
saved.
noodle.
LOL, says the beholder. Lamau.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, how about you behold this dick?
Enervating
It's a-
ray.
I did.
I found it lacking.
Damn, dude.
Bruh.
He's already dead.
Now, Beholder's right. Beholders, they think of it and it just happens, right? It just appears. Their minds are paranoid little copy pasta machines.
That's right. Balls of anxiety.
So the real thing, the real Giga Chad move is to convince a beholder you have a huge dick, and then you will have a huge dick because they believe it.
It'll
They're
be a
not
separate
orange.
entity. It'll
What?
be a free, flying
Details,
phallic
details.
object
Shut up. But it will be a huge flying object.
that will
is what I'm
attack
saying.
you because
Well-
beholders are evil and racist.
But
So you're then,
That's redundant, honestly.
and you said it would be floating? Question mark.
Yeah.
So
don't
you're
know how-
basically attacked by your own dick zeppelin.
Yes.
It just becomes you have an aboleth attached between your legs now.
They
'Cause it
say,
doesn't know what
I've
a
read
dick
about
is.
that once, and then imagine the most horrific thing you've ever seen. Why does it
Well-
have pincers, you say? To hold on to you, they reply.
You're saying it's long and it makes spawn? Well, it must be an aboleth.
Oh my god! Yeah, well, I mean, if you convince Kuatoa, they'll make a penis god,
True.
and it will rampage across
A
the
true
plains.
rock lobster.
And then you'll have to explain to the other gods why there's a penis god that you
Why
just
are the
pull put into
Croatoa
existence.
worshipping a cock lobster?
Yeah, you get pulled into the PR meeting, sat in front of all the gods who are sitting at a table, and they look up from their paperwork and they're like, "You showed them your cock?"
And balls.
And they go, "Huh."
Yes.
Right. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Okay, we're gonna need you to turn in everything.
I feel like this is more like the Cinderspiel sitting you down after they hear about it, or the order of the eye.
The Cinder Spears don't even bother with the sitting part.
Yeah,
There.
they go, fireball, and you go, ah! It'd be the Arcana
Exactly.
Convocation that put you in jail. And they go, okay, why? And you go, Lamau, and they go, okay. Well, we're gonna bring
Wizard
that up
jail.
in court.
It,
This will be said on the record.
You are going to wizard jail. Trust me, it's not fun.
but I'm not a wizard. I'm a martial class.
That doesn't matter. Vaguely wizard, close enough.
No. I'm a battle master, bro.
All it
I
takes
got-
is one level. Your ass is grass.
Well, I do know Presty. Get him.
That's all we
Get
need.
his ass. Yeah, I do know Presty. Get his ass.
Suddenly the batons come out and just.
It was just for flavor.
I took mage initiate. We know.
You got a license for that cantrip?
Orisian police brutality.
It floors me that Raynor, who's like the as far as we know, the logical and sort of intellectual is a cinder spear. It just means at any moment, the moment he sniffs out actual like bad juju, he's gonna go from yes, indeed to by fire be purged.
Correct.
Assuming he could hit anything, of course. Which he can.
That's also true.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Like we meet him again, and it just he continues to whiff.
That would
I
be
mean, I
like,
know-
the guy.
it'd be like, all right, you get a new NPC. I say as I take Raynor and just condense him down, just as he ceases to exist, and then I make another one. And I go, okay, maybe this one.
Just like, all right, Rainer, I'm gonna need you to roll 2d6 plus 6. Now do it again. Do it again. I'm rolling a new stat block, aren't I?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, so you're not a wizard anymore. I just
What?
Have you ever thought about changing classes and names?
You're a
and
sorcerer.
background?
No.
All right, is everybody
Hey.
back?
I never left.
You don't have to say it to show that I know you're here.
Just green flag waves.
Just send us a series of emojis to let us know you're alive.
I
Kellen,
mean, it's true sparks.
I
like-
live.
Momo,
Yeah.
Alaric.
What's
Hi.
up, homie man?
We're back from break.
Are we?
Yes. As you all approach Shane, who's in the process of tending to his horses, and looks quite happy. Even being in the rain, you would see he has sort of like a sort of thicker coat on, and has sort of pulled the hood up. You can hear him, the muffled speaking as he's talking to the horses, like you would having a conversation with a person.
Fucking weirdo.
Shane.
He sort of snaps his head over his shoulder, looking and seeing all of you. Oh, you're back.
And that's when he knew his time was up.
Hey,
Fuck.
how are you?
I'm all right. I've been tending to the horses and just sort of enjoying it. It's nice.
That's good. You look well?
Looking at him, he looks much healthier than the last time you saw him. He has definitely been eating very good and has been taking considerably better care of himself.
Still real smiles. Well, we were
Why are you
in...
glowing?
Hmm? Oh,
Is that an eye? Are those other eyes?
we had a bit of a mishap.
Sorry, which eye are you pointing at?
Yeah, all of them. If I'm being honest. Like that one, he points at your forehead. Those ones, pointing at Ashilde and Alaric.
Since when did you get so judgmental?
No judgment. I'm just I mean, they look nice. They they match your eye color. It looks very nice.
Right.
Mine or theirs?
Yours looks very pretty, Miss Yuri.
Thank you, Shane. You tried.
Leaning in, sort of closer to Silver. Right. That's not gonna happen to me, right?
Of course it will.
You
no,
watching?
this is not going to happen to you.
You watch in real time as color drains from his face. It's someone's returns at your reassurance, but it never fully comes back.
And just like that, his life is ruined once again.
Don't worry. It's not going to affect. Unless you find a strange pool where animals culling from it have the same element.
Oh, all right. So I won't be going near any pools with you and your friends.
We are your friends too. We had originally approached with the hopes you would accompany us.
Yeah. I've been I've been wanting to sort of just drive around for a while.
You have.
We are going to. She looks to the rest of the party. We are going to look for the missing merchants. Any sign of them, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't mind driving you around. I would have went with you before, but he sort of glances back at the house for a moment. Mr. Alvarez said probably best if I just sort of stay and wait for you to come back.
How has he been treating you, Shane?
Treat me very well. I got my own room. He even makes me breakfast.
He does?
He nods very earnestly.
Is he a good cook?
Yeah.
Alaric's brows quirk together, an idea forming.
Well, it's good to know.
Then we would be glad to have you.
I'll get the horses all situated. I'll get the wagon. Where are we going?
Silril's earnest smile kind of quirks a bit as she grins and looks to Kellen. Well, you will be leading us.
Just shrugs in response.
Right, so we don't know where we're going. I mean, I don't mind.
He just kind of points vaguely off to the northwest.
Right. Okay. He, some around?
Well, some of us gained eyes, as you can see. I glow. Kellen, you remember the point in your adolescence when your voice got deeper?
Oh my god.
Yes.
He he looks like he's about to laugh and stops. It's a gut reaction to laugh, and he stops himself immediately because he doesn't know Kellen that well. And you can see the edges of his lips twitching as he's trying his hardest to fight the smile that's on his face. And he, right,
It's similar to that. Just much, much deeper. He seems not to want to talk.
No, I understand. I'm gonna go get the horses ready. I'll meet you out front. Right, and then he.
she just has this smug elf grin. She looks back at Ellen. What? I'm not lying. It's true. With a comparison, if you will.
You are going to have to talk eventually. Especially if we don't know if this is going away.
Doesn't even sound that bad, to be honest. It has sort of profound resonance to it. I mean, of all the things to be it's a lot easier to deal with than, ice talks. No offense, Alaric. Or Shirley.
Why would I take offense?
You shouldn't. There was none.
Why did you feel the need to say that?
Anyway, it should be a lot easier to deal with.
I'm offended.
Oh well.
You went out of your way to be offensive.
No, I didn't. Quite the opposite.
Oh, no,
I'm
you
trying
did.
to be polite.
No, you're not. So you brought it up. Had to point us out. You're very mean, you know?
I don't think she's mean. She's trying to comprehend her new vision.
And Terosians.
Now hold on.
What? Wait. Okay, that's not insulting. I'm a foreigner. What do you want from me?
Not to be ignorant? Presumptuous?
What's wrong with Dolphins?
I mean, you are all Terosian, right? I'm not assuming something here.
What?
I mean, maybe one of you is from Suna, and I've been misjudging you this whole time.
No, we're from Tiras. Where are you going with this?
Nothing. I just want to make sure.
Why?
What do you
You're
mean,
getting
why?
us gift. She smiles looking at her. You should have started with that.
Sorry, the music just exploded in my ear. What?
She said, you are getting us gift. You should have started with that.
She purses her lips. I give you the gift of knowledge.
I could think of better gifts, but I am thankful.
You can see she opens her mouth and then closes it. I'm glad you're thankful nonetheless.
Eventually, Shane does return with the wagon and the 2 horses sitting up there. You would see that he's also sort of gotten some equipment, some gear. You would see he wears a breastplate now.
Cyril beams with pride.
He doesn't have a weapon or anything on his person, just the breastplate that he sort of wears over his sort of thicker clothing and the coat that he has. He would have sort of that similar quarterstaff that you'd have seen some of the other farmers around here in Elion using while on their own horses to sort of hold lanterns. Not for weapon purposes, at least not for Shane, but just sort of to hold up the light while you guys are traveling. And he would sort of guiding the horses out through the fence back onto the road outside of Reynolds' home. Right. Okay. Where are we heading off to?
Well, I believe Kellen will be riding with you at the front. He'll tell you where to go.
What?
I'll be riding at the front.
Kind Kellen will lead, just so he can point out the direction. Unless you guys want to lead, of course.
I mean, say it.
If you're riding the wagon, Shane's leading.
Oh. What are his abilities like?
He doesn't have any.
No.
He's just horses. Bang.
The benefit is that you get to ride in the wagon and move faster.
And we're following the north road, if I remember correctly.
Well, I don't know how he's going to communicate that it's half a day west to start, and then turn north.
How you can communicate that?
That's a very good question.
Wait, we're going west then north?
Half a day west, then north.
Is that what you have in the notes?
Yes.
Okay. Because I think I missed that.
Are you sure? My notes don't say it. Well, you know what? That's fine.
Uh-oh.
I literally wrote it down as you told me because I have this, my really old notebook.
Yep, it's all cool. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That means we're wrong.
I don't want to be wrong. Can we figure it out? What is it, Theo?
You want to roll a history check then?
No.
If I wrote this down correctly?
No.
I roll a history
I'll
check.
go off your notes. It's okay.
Well, if my notes are wrong, then it's you that's wrong.
Oh, he speaks for himself.
All right, party. Getting into the wagon.
Kellen will just point out west, and when it gets to about a half a day's worth of travel, he'll tell him to go north. How many squares do we move in a day now? Or hexes, rather?
Along the road, on the cart, you will move 3.
So
We get a spotter?
I think if Kellen's riding, he's the spotter.
Well, I guess, yeah, that would probably work.
But mechanically speaking, like...
Yeah, we just have to designate.
I'll be rolling the encounter dice. No objections. The party loads up into the wagon. Kellen's sitting up front, not talking, directing, only pointing with his fingers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This will be great.
Yep.
Jesucristo Redentor. Here we go.
The rest of you load in to the back. With that, unless there's anything else the party would like to do, the reins are cracked. You guys begin to move.
Very good.
You will notice there's a new marker.
Uh-oh.
It's your wagon, don't worry.
Oh. Can't see nothing.
Can't see nothing.
Well, no, it just hasn't loaded. My computer is slow.
Yeah. All that. Let me know when you can see.
I might need a reload because all I'm seeing is 98%. Oh, never mind. It made a liar out of me.
Hey, in the ocean, just need to zoom out.
Man, look at that cart, brother.
Pull your attention here.
Zooming in.
Man, look at that cart. got drip.
Okay. Pick your destination.
Yeah, Kellen.
Well, if it's not that. Since it's a hex and we can't really go west, so if it's 3 hexes a day, what would be half a day? Because we can't really do 1.5 hexes.
Sure, you could.
Can you?
Yeah. Each hex is 20 miles. So you would only travel 10 miles within the hex.
And then turn north.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's do that. I guess it's... What's more west? I guess it'd be like here and then you're going here.
You tell me, Doug.
I'm asking you how these directions work. Hexes aren't really the most, directionally imperative shape.
Heading west, you'd follow it. Yeah, you just follow it the same way you would follow sort of compass rose. So these two
You can
hexes.
also see the road, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, because that would go off the road. It looks like the road goes like this. Looks like it goes like this.
Is that okay? So if the hex is 20 miles, we would go 10 miles into this hex and then turn north, is what you're saying. Or for a half a day, would it just be the full 20?
For half a day with 3 hexes of travel, you would get 50 miles.
$40, so almost here. But we're going into this one. So I guess the first hex will be this way if we're following the road.
Okay. So just so I'm making sure, your destination marker is here.
For now.
Okay. As a spotter, go ahead and roll me your perception check.
Jesus.
Your reluctance to talk has also impaired your vision, apparently. Allowing Shane to just sort of ride through the countryside, unbothered by whatever may be out there, unaware of the horrors that lurk nearby because his spotter doesn't see them or talk about them. However, your first leg of the journey goes by unbothered, making your way along the road, much like you had done the previous day. You would watch as that rain sort of gets thinner and thinner and fainter as you guys travel further from Eliond. Next hex.
Okay. So we would go here.
Another perception check.
Another perception check. Perception. There we go. Well, slightly better.
Traveling into the next hex. Traveling along the road, much like you had done before. Again, the area around you, large sort of open plains with sparse trees that are sort of clustered together in these areas. And as you get sort of beyond the sort of borders of Eliond, where you're no longer seeing the outlying farms, the rain stops. And that cold wind rushes to meet you, this dramatic difference in temperature, where it almost seems to drop about 15 to 20 degrees.
Yike.
Ugh. The cold front.
Okay. Shane will continue along the road. Kellen.
Well, at this point, I think we're turning north. If we're doing the half a day west and north kind of thing, I guess we would go here, correct?
Your gesturing gets him to pull over, but he doesn't take the horses off road or the cart. Sort of pulling over along the road, he looks at you, looks back to the others. All right. What do you need?
Cullen just kind of motions and points straight to the north.
He looks beyond sort of where the rolling hills eventually meet this thicket. Right. Looks back to the rest of the party.
Why have we stopped?
Mr. Aldane's sort of just pointing at things.
Is this as far as we can go?
Helen finally sighs, like the height of annoyance. I don't have my voicey thing turned on, so just imagine. With that deep, guttural, demonic voice. Half a day west, then north, remember? Which I'm pretty sure probably just made Shane shit his pants.
Shane does like taken aback. Kellen, you were the only one that got that information.
I thought we were all there when we were talking
Nope.
about that.
No.
King only gave it to you.
Well, I remember writing it down, and I have my little notebooky thing here that says half day west, then north.
There you go. You know it.
I think I was present for that conversation, actually.
You were not.
I wasn't?
No.
I think this was the one when he privately got aside when he first found them on watch.
That must have been that was after that, but
Oh, yeah. I think he went and saw them again afterwards, but yeah.
He went back with the whole party, but that information was never divulged after because I watched the VODs recently.
There you go.
Kellen also never shared it with anybody until right now.
no one ever asked.
Oh,
He just said that he knew where to go.
Well, there we go.
Looking at you, sort of taking you in for a moment. That's why you haven't been talking?
Mm-hmm.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you had like an eyeball in your mouth or something like that.
Disgusting.
It's really not that bad. Sort of cracking the reins, he will begin to take it off the road, of which you will lose your movement benefit.
That's fine.
As you begin to off-road and make your way towards the thicket heading to the north.
Any like survival or nature I can do to ease the passage of the wagon?
No.
Finding better ground and stuff?
Unless you're going out and like sort of leading ahead, but slowing the travel considerably by doing that.
I mean, if the travel's still decent without it, then it's fine.
Go ahead and roll me that perception check.
Perception.
Oh. There's a D8 involved.
For my roll, yes. Okay, then we're also going to have to roll this as well. I love nesting tables. They're so cool. We're in a forest. 97. What the fuck is that?
Oh, No.
What the?
He said this last time. Don't fall for it. Last time it was the copper. Oh wait, we should be concerned.
Where the fuck is that?
No, I think last time it was the little, no, it might have been the copper, but it was also the little elemental boys.
What the fuck? Hold on. I have to see if I have their token.
Oh!
What the fuck is that? Huh.
I feel like this isn't a good thing.
As what? Why you? What's up? Why are you worried? As the party travels, as you begin to be led into this this thicket, you would watch as this sort of path, or this sort of path leading in, narrows considerably. The trees around you are sort of more tightly packed in this area than some of the forests you're more used to. As well, you would notice that there are a lot of sort of hills and cliff sides here. Sort of these gradual plateaus that don't raise too high, but enough that they cast a shadow. Especially this late into the evening, as you guys have traveled and arrived here by night, you would notice that, at least for Shane, he has found a sort of a more narrow path through this thicket, one that appears to be traveled but hasn't been traveled in quite some time. And you would notice, Kellen, with your astute eyeballs,
Oh boy.
there are some very interesting tracks through this place. You would see deep trenches that sort of snake off from the cliff sides and just sort of go into the wilderness beyond. There appears to be... Here we go. Okay. There appears to be about 6 of these sort of deep trenches.
Side by side, or kind of in a line?
Spread out.
Like they were sort of riding side by side, or like moving side by side? Or really far apart?
Not really far apart. So not side by side, but enough that it's like there are these sort of deep pockets or divots in the ground that are like sort of broken apart from one another. Like there's some where it's a couple feet apart. There's some where they're really close together. Others, like probably the farthest outlying ones, about like 10 feet away. You would watch as they sort of intersect and sort of wind over each other, sort of carving out each other's trenches, and then just sort of going deeper and deeper into the forest until eventually it goes beyond your dark vision.
Is there anything about them that's interesting beyond them being just there? Like, does it look like they were moving erratically or running from something?
Why don't you,
Do
if
like
you
a
want to
survival?
know, you have to get out and go inspect it a little closer.
All right, he'll do that. He'll pat Shane on the shoulder and motion, and then hop down and start looking at the tracks.
Okay. Why don't you roll me a nature check?
Nature? Okay.
this, whatever these are, they're not, or at least in this current instance, not something you can immediately recall. You sort of look it over, inspect it, sort of study the way these grooves are sort of made and the sort of way that they're formed. You're not able to tell what made them, but you are sort of able to tell how they travel. And it's very worm-like, where a portion would sort of like a mound would form where two halves would push in towards the center and then extend out and sort of flatten. So there are these bumps inside of the trenches that sort of show how this thing moves, how all of these things move.
Are there like hoof prints from oxen or horses?
No.
Or something else?
When I say trenches, these things are like 3 or 4 feet apart, like wide.
Oh, like tank beds. Holy shit.
They're not like cart. I just said that they were wagons. Like, these are unnatural trenches in the ground. And there's about 6 different paths that all sort of wind over each other.
Like he'll motion for anyone, really. I think mostly looking at Marana and Alaric, who've kind of have shown the aptitude before, and have them look at them as well, if they are willing, of course.
Yeah, gonna roll up.
Yep.
Pull up my pantaloons by the belt and take a gander.
I would also like to give it a shot, though. Who knows?
Sure. Seeing these strange tracks, you both can roll me nature checks.
Yeehaw.
All right, partner.
Looking at these marks, these aren't familiar at all. You're not certain what could have made these.
No idea. Whatever it is, it's large, though.
I think I'll take the minute to break out a primeval awareness, since we're here and stopped for the moment anyway. Just in case.
Sure. Go ahead and
There's primeval awareness for you.
okay. Yes. You would get a feeling.
Oh.
As your vision and senses are pulled through the forest, literally at the edge of that 5 miles, you would sense about does it tell you? Yeah, about 9 monstrosities lurking at the edge of your senses. About 5 miles from you. Heading north.
He'll communicate by, tapping Marana and Alaric on the shoulder, and then, indicate with his hands they're moving. Something's moving that way, and then turning north.
They're going in the same direction, maybe?
Kind of wavers a hand, like sort of. I guess.
You would also get a different sort of feeling. A feeling of unease much closer to you.
Oh, how close?
About a mile heading north.
From north away from us? Like,
yeah.
Then
within this
feels...
same hex, you feel another sense of unease. About a mile. Half a mile, maybe. Along this path that you're following.
So, with that, he'll kind of like hold up a hand, and as he's like tilting his head to, as that second sense flows in, then he points to the north instead of the west and north, just north. And so it's just one thing.
It's not a thing, it's a feeling. A feeling of unease.
Yeah. And he just kind of like, holds two hands together and brings them closer and closer, and then shakes his head.
I'd like to clarify that Miranda may well understand what he's saying, but Alaric is looking at him like he's insane. He's been waiting for him to talk this whole time, looking off to where he's motioning and then back at him. He's got this puzzled look.
Kellen hates this so much.
Something small?
A bad feeling.
I got a 10 intelligence, my dude. I'm more playing.
Helen, it's just us. You can talk.
Something bad. Half mile here to north.
Something bad? Like what?
Don't know.
Well, whatever it is, we have to decide if we're going to go after them. Are we?
I don't know what it is. 9 things west. Some kind of creature leaving these tracks, but turning north.
Which one is closer?
The bad feeling north.
What shall we do? We agreed to look for the caravan. This is a bit of a segue.
Well, we still need to go north. Until we can find sign of the caravan.
Then let's check this feeling out, then.
Just be wary.
You sound very masculine,
I don't like that.
No, it's a good thing. It's like a voice. You could use it in a battlefield, even.
My voice is masculine already.
Right, but you are now more booming, I should say.
We'll see.
How visibly annoyed is Kellen by that?
Very.
Miranda kind of seeing this and kind of has a smirk to herself.
It has a certain charm.
Just kind of gives her a long look. Like, you for real?
And she just kind of smirks, turns back, and gets back into the cart.
He huffs back into full sulking mood.
What? Why you seem so sad? Write this.
I'm fond of my voice.
I am as well. But this won't last forever. Own it. By the way, as Alaric is saying this, the eyeballs, like floating up his sides, are blinking independently of the other, looking at him.
All right, we're following the feeling then?
Yep.
Oh, God.
Okay.
I hate the sound of that.
Yeah, nothing good ever came of that.
Oh, God.
Following the path here, the road that has been sort of carved and used, you would realize just how incredibly dark this forest is, where even the moonlight above cannot sort of pierce through this veil. It's not until you get a little bit further into this thicket where it begins to separate, it begins to sort of part like a seam, where light begins to show through, but only faintly. And it's at this point that the horses begin to grow uneasy. You can hear them whinny and sort of whine and begin to sort of kick up, and causing Shane to try and assuage their fears. And he sort of stops the cart. If you're gonna be going up this way, I need to make sure that they're all right. So, just, I'll be right behind you. I just need to make sure that they don't kick off and leave us behind.
Just don't go too far.
I'll trust my ain't. You've seen this place, I'm not going anywhere.
She gives a thoughtful smile.
You would watch as he sort of opens the hood on the lantern so it's much brighter so he can see, because he doesn't have dark vision. And he begins to sort of walk around with it, thus sort of lighting this beacon for you at the sort of end of the road as we map transition for the party.
Oh no. Dominus soundtrack stars up.
As you find yourself in the middle of the night in a deep thicket. The path before you, present, but hasn't been traveled in quite some time.
DM, I imagine that here in the dark, in the dark vision that we all presently have, all these surrounding soil-like colors blend in with the black ink of everything we see, right?
Absolutely. There is not a speck of color to be seen.
Yeah, there's
That's
no
not true.
contour to anything. Yeah, I'd say that Alaric...
Nope, I lied. I lied. Fuck me, I guess. Cool. I love that.
The beacons of Gondor are lit.
Love that for me. Never mind.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna break out a torch as well.
Wow, look how bright
Thank you.
and shiny
Thank you.
this place is.
That's what
That's
I wanted,
radiant.
was for somebody to use a torch. Thank you so much.
And radiant.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Siluriel is
And radiant.
gloriously incandescent.
So
Wow.
it's 20 feet of bright light and 20 feet beyond that of dim light. Right?
Indeed. Go ahead and mark a torch off your sheet. You are now able to see the colors as well. What's most immediately apparent to all of you as you begin to arrive at this location is the numerous, almost... Stop giggling.
I'm sorry. It's not my fault.
It is your fault.
To do the sun dance, the sun pose. Gloriously incandescent.
You would notice that around here, at least with the presence of the light, you would see that there are these deep prints in the earth. Massive. As you sort of step through them, Alaric, you're able to put your entire foot inside of it and still have room. I need to lower
With-
the saturation. You're so fucking bright.
With the light, can we try again to look at these?
To look at, the trenches?
Oh, the footprints that Alaric is.
Oh yeah, you guys all see them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are new.
Oh. What do they look like? Are they humanoid or are they more beast-like.
Definitely not humanoid. They are very bestial.
By bestial, you mean they are like very broad and unwieldy and paw-like? Do they look like hooves? Do they look like
They
something
are
specific?
this massive divot in the ground with 5 other sort of smaller but still large divots around it with these deep grooves right in front of them. These are massive paw prints.
Oh, clawed ends too. Ooh. Damn. Yeah, Alric will lead forward with the friends. If they should
You
like to
are
follow.
free to move your token as you wish. I will tell you to stop if need be.
DM. For the people with dark vision, they would see gray. Is that also true for Devil's Sight? And now True Sight.
Devil Sight, yes. True Sight.
Oh God, what am I saying?
Hold on.
All right. Wow, look at that big old Minotaur standing right in front of us. Oh, you guys don't see that? All right, never mind. Don't worry about it.
I mean, if it's hiding from you, it would still be unseen.
I love Minotaur.
Out to 60 feet, Yuria, you see bright as day. There is no difference for night and day for you.
Wonderful. I feel comfy.
Oh, I thought you'd be more comfortable in the dark.
You know, things can still sneak up on you.
This is why I feel comfortable in the dark.
She's visibly more uncomfortable. Ugh.
Ugh. Gross.
As you travel the path, the prints are still in front of you. Almost as if leading you.
Are we, she whispers, are we sure it was a good idea to leave Shane?
In a darkness like this? Perhaps not.
If there is any danger, the horses should be able to sense it. And if he's smart as we know he is, he'll leave. But then we'll have to walk.
Why are we out here so far in the dark? Shouldn't we be setting up camp?
We're following the tracks, and something's wrong.
Seems like a good reason to go the other way.
We have to head north anyway. Why are we having this discussion now? If you had an opinion, you could have given it before. Let's go.
She opens her mouth to object. Sighs.
Always the worst of times.
Do they veer off left here or up?
Well, you can see where the trees are.
That I can.
And you would watch as you all begin to walk, and the light sources in front of you begin to illuminate the passage and reveal segments of carnage.
Something upset.
Ruh-roh.
A felled tree, your first indicator. And as the light shines by your companions, destroyed, barely held together wagons and carts.
Oh boy.
Ellen, I think we find them.
Oh God.
Oh, this is bad.
They tried to barricade themselves, I think.
Does this kind of look like a makeshift barricade?
It's hard to tell.
Like they tried to set up a barrier to hold something off?
It's really hard to tell, given how long it's been here.
Could I tell how these logs were felled here?
Well, I'm seeing like claw marks on the trees.
They are. It looks like just broken, like snapped like a twig.
Oh, yeah, that is not an axe.
Definitely not an axe.
Something big came through here.
And Kellen will point right at the claw marks on the tree he's next to. Look here. Is there any lingering?
You cut up.
Is there any lingering smell in the claw marks?
No.
What about size and disposition and all that?
Massive. The way that it rended through the wood tells you that it did it without even breaking a sweat. And you would see, Alaric, as you descend upon the camp, what lays before your eyes. What you see is what's there.
Alaric will sort of drop on his haunches right next to this burned outline of a body, I believe it's what it is.
It's hard to tell.
Is it formless? Is it like seared tinsel to the ground, or is it a body?
Do you touch it?
Oh god, I think he would like sort of lean his head like at a tilt to get perspective of how it looks.
Looking at it, why don't you roll me an investigation check?
Oh god.
It's not a body. But at the same time, it is. As you look at it, you would realize that it is the shade, the shadow here that is cast on the floor is sort of raised or elevated somewhat, like ash or soot.
Right. Using Verdic's hammerhead, he will try to brush like the foot end of the body, like one of the feet.
It's gone.
He immediately startles as that gust of like ashen wind clears up.
Something burned them. Scorched them to nothing.
Nonsense.
Don't what?
By the looks of it, it might have burned everything else as well. I didn't say don't.
Oh, okay.
Does everything else look burned?
Roll me an investigation.
I'll give it a shot. Nope.
It is hard to tell. There's nothing that immediately sticks out to you as burned. Especially with how much fabric and wood is here. But looking at the remains, it's not clear.
What about the soil around them? Is it toasted at all?
It is not.
Oh, that's weird.
It's in that moment as you sort of feel around the dirt. The dirt is fine. The soil is fine. There's no burns, no scorch, no soot, aside from what you've disturbed. This body wasn't burned. Something else happened here.
So, in this body, in that section of ash he disturbed, is there any smolder at all?
No.
So it's just a clear-cut silhouette of a humanoid made of soot.
a ghastly after image.
Burned so bad it just imprinted on the ground.
No.
Hmm.
No burning here.
I'd like to quick ritual cast detect magic, please.
It's 10 minutes. It's not quick.
No, I can do it with my book.
Post?
I mean, also, you can use a spell slot to detect magic. But a shield that has something special.
As well as you all are walking, as you can see, once again, everything you see on the map is there.
If possible, can I look in these tents over here?
You may. Poking your head inside, you are met with the immediate stench of decay. That foul miasma as you realize that missing the rest of its body, what appears to be just this fetid pile of intestines that have long since rotted over.
I'm gonna stop breathing.
Okay.
Because that's nasty. And, is there any remaining personal effects from what I assume was a person in their tent, and seeing the slashes there look like they got bushwhacked?
It is disheveled, the inside of this tent. The only real things you can make out are what's most immediately visible. This destroyed crossbow, splintered and broken with ease, and what appears to be sort of numerous bottles. At this point, it lacks so much other characteristics, you're not even sure if it was human. Whatever it was.
Understood. I'll begin, moving into the next one. And, a shield.
Okay. You begin to detect magic, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Your companions glow, vibrant. Whatever magic may have been here faded a long time ago.
The other thing I'm looking at are the arrows on that circular piece of wood. I want to see if they are more wild in make or if they're more civilized.
Roll me a investigation. Alaric, as you walk through, you disturb another of those shadows. The body scattering.
Oof.
I didn't even see it myself. That's great.
18. Those are well-made arrows. Finely fletched.
Really? Interest.
Yep, it's right there. Indeed, as although sort of lacking the light, really sort of just these gray arrows, but even then you can still make out that they are finely made. Worn by the elements, obviously, as it has been a considerable amount of time. But these are definitely not chaotic in make. These are refined.
I would point them out to Kellen.
And he'll step over and take a look at these arrows. Can you pull one free?
Indeed you can. Pulling it free of the wood.
How does it look? Beyond just finely fletched, can you tell who made it? If it's, origins as far as human or elvish or orc?
I think you have something that can help you with that, don't you?
What's that?
Never mind.
I mean, are you talking about the woodworking kit?
What does it say?
Does it let me identify stuff? I didn't know it did that.
Gotta read it, brother.
Firstly, the center downloads you add your measurement include need to pursue a craft or train each type of artisans. Proficiency check. Oh, I guess I could use it as it says. I could use it to add your proficiency bonus to any ability checks you make using the tools in your craft.
You can roll Arcana or History. Your expertise lends you additional insight when you examine wooden objects, such as figurines or arrows.
I think we have 2 different woodcarver's tools descriptions, not in mine. Can you check for me just to make sure?
I'm telling you what it says.
Oh, I'm looking right at it, and it's not saying that on my drop-down.
Probably for player's sake, but that's what the DM one says.
Oh, okay. Well, so just roll Arcana or History.
Yep.
And then what do I add?
That's it.
Just
basically
roll
it gives you certain knowledge.
Okay. Well, so it just makes it so it's easier to like figure out.
Yeah, you're able to point things out better. These are, while not bog standard, this is what you would expect of craftsmanship that comes from some of the larger cities or baronies. Something that could be easily sort of not mass produced, but largely produced and sold to those more skilled or capable. Things you would find in like a Fletcher's shop.
So these are like human-made, standard, bog standard arrows at a normal shop.
Definitely human-made.
They still good, or are they kind of shitty?
They're destroyed.
Oh, okay.
Worn by the elements, and most of them are broke, having been embedded inside of this for so long.
So no part retrievable, not even the arrowheads, which probably rusted through then.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, he'll just drop it. I think he'll start walking around the camp now with his dark vision, thank goodness. And see if he can kind of like reconstruct what happened here.
Like to help.
Sure.
Okay. Why don't you roll me an insight check?
Pull me a fucking ranger move here, maybe. Let's see.
Insight move.
Insight 11. Boo. Oh, am I getting helped?
We'll get to that in just a moment. Siluriel, what are you looking at?
She would be looking at the different like rough edge and thing around. Deducing if it's like of merchant make, and if I'm not incorrect, these blankets are green.
Correct.
God.
Why don't you roll me investigation? $15. These are the supplies here are definitely of sort of merchant make, of previously fine quality, but now have sort of been waterlogged and exposed to the elements for so long. The other thing you would note as well, being from the capital, is that a lot of merchant guards use very simple but very nicely made long swords and short swords. And looking at the weapons that are shattered on the floor, you would realize that these are merchant guard weapons.
Yeah, upon inspecting the blade and the broken weaponry, she would tell to the others. This here is these are the merchants. At least one sect of them we are looking for. This sword here would have been wielded by a merchant guard from the capital. To see it shattered like this is very strange.
Is there any supplies left anywhere in this camp, or is it all gone?
You have to keep poking around.
Okay.
Your current intent looks like it is attempting to reconstruct whatever happened here. Marana, As you peer inside the tent with the assistance of some of the nearby light, you are able to make out the interior, which bears a striking resemblance to the one to the south of you. The leftover remains of something that wasn't eaten and was left to rot, a destroyed weapon, and desiccated bones, picked clean.
I'm going to take the weapon.
Grabbing the hilt, you would pull just a fraction of the weapon, the shattered blade left in the remains.
Kind of take that out and kind of show and corroborate what Silveril has said. Drop that over there. And is there anything remaining of this wispy form, or did Alaric just walk straight through it?
Alaric trampled right through it. There are segments that are untouched, as is to be expected, as I don't imagine he dragged his feet. But there are very obvious divots or imprints where his footsteps were.
Let's say he left one big old footstep just on its chest, caved it in, and kept walking. I don't think he even noticed, I should say.
Well, yeah, with the people who were in the tents, obviously, the more worse for wear, and these two seeming to be on guard, quote unquote, when whatever this happened. There's kind of a look around as Marana kind of spots Yuria, who seems to be keeping watch.
At the moment, yeah, she's just staring out into the woods.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of touch that. And see if this is a long shot. Reach out to whoever this was, like a moment of psychometry.
Unlike others that you have been able to reach out to, unlike spirits, which you almost have a sense for, this lacks it.
Something is just completely gone.
Yes. And it sends a chill down your spine.
It looks back into the tent. And wonders if the same happened to these people. Can I touch one of the bones?
Absolutely. You get the same exact feeling.
Oh.
An absence. A very obvious lacking.
I want my ghost friends back.
Something horrible happened here.
She visibly recoils, kind of stepping away from the burnt out figures as one might edge away from a cliffside. This is very bad.
I agree.
Calm's
Whatever happened here is very,
Very bad.
No. It's worse than... She just kind of goes quiet. And gingerly steps around.
Real quick. Alaric. What are you doing?
I'd say that Alaric isn't exactly the type to reconstruct things. He doesn't have, like, the wisdom, the foresight, the experience to do that like Kellen could. It's more like... It's the savagery that Alaric understands. The trampling of the beast. He's trying to get a feel, to put himself in the body of whatever it is that came through here, and assess the damage. See what it was that brought about the violence. Get an idea of how it went about it. He's been...
Different perspective, huh?
Yes, he's been trying to create a pattern since the moment he entered the camp. Looking at the trees, at the damage around the tents, all the way to the back here to where he is now. And he's essentially, at this point, drawing his conclusion.
Roll me a nature check. Kellen. As you attempt to open your senses to this camp, you would realize a number of things. Okay. Firstly, this camp has been disturbed multiple times since this incident happened.
Oh, like looted?
Not looted. Although you would also note that while there are broken crates, boxes, and the like around here, there is a surprising lack. Things are missing from this camp. And as you attempt to sort of put it together, judging by the state of this camp, judging by how long it's been here, which at this point is well over a month now, whatever came for them, whatever decimated this camp, didn't even give them a chance to fight back.
Just came in and clapped them like that.
It was upon them suddenly and without warning. Whatever carts they may have set up as walls, whatever watches they may have had, whatever animals may have been helping them, gone. Destroyed. None of it mattered.
I think he'll say out loud to anyone who's listening, really, whatever did this is quick. They had no chance. It was probably over before it started.
I need you guys to turn off your pan.
I would like
It's
to.
It's you that has to turn it off.
I have it turned off.
How do you turn it off?
Then you might have to do it for Ghost.
Hold on.
There
you go. All right, save.
It's definitely controlled by the person watching, because my screen doesn't pan for me.
Very well.
But yeah, so Marana's trying to get Yuri's attention.
We'll get to that in just a moment. I wasn't done with Kellen.
Oh.
Just saying, I was just clarifying what was being made.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, with that communication, communication, he'd probably start poking around the camp to see if there was anything left as far as, like, non-spoiling type supplies.
That would be another thing of note. Nothing.
Like a vicious beast that's also a looter. Interesting.
Oh
though.
no. Okay. Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
You would note that many merchants carry their coin with them for trading, for haggling, for bartering,
Like a strongbox.
as well as other supplies that they would carry with them that are more so meant for their own like personal belongings. This camp lacks that. Alaric with an 18, following the movements here, sort of watching where everything's happening, seeing the claw marks, how this thing descended upon the camp with no warning. The worst part of it is that there are no entry tracks. There's nothing that denotes where this creature came from first when it unleashed its fury. Following through, you would see that whatever it attacked, following the claw marks, the paw prints here in the camp, whatever it went towards was whatever was exposed first. More than likely the bodies you disturbed. And then whoever was cowering in the tents.
How wild was this? Was there any premeditation? No sort of logic behind it?
With an 18, looking at the way this creature attacked, there was a definite intent behind it. You can see where it has torn through the sides of tents to get to whatever laid inside. You can see where it splintered weapons, shattered shields, tore down trees to block exits.
That's why they're there.
This creature was methodical.
He was. Yeah, once the realization dawns on Alaric, his features get sort of deep lined with a frown as he wanders back to camp. This thing had cunning. You see the trees? It threw them down all by itself. Didn't want anything to make it out. No one to survive. I imagine they gathered here at the center trying to make a stand. What little time it gave them as it tore down their surroundings. But it meant very little. It ran through them like they were doors.
You think this might be the terror of the Southland?
I think it might be some kind of terror.
Marana.
Yes.
As you're talking to Yuria, there's a moment where your attention is drawn, just briefly, out of an oddity. Something that catches that innate ability of yours, your awareness of your surrounding. Where it looks like caught off of the light from your companions, a glint of steel beneath this wagon.
He holds up a finger to Yuria, indicating, one moment. Points to the area there, and with a dagger in one hand, goes to investigate.
Roll my investigation check. 18.
Okay.
Following the wagon, sort of moving along its edges with the light, you would realize that it is propped up at an angle. And as you circle around it, following where that glint of steel came from, you would see the source. Buried underneath it, a body.
Just does it look like they were crushed by this?
Taking a moment to look at this, you would see that it is bisected. Attempting to hide underneath the wagon for cover, whatever this thing was smart enough to use it as a weapon against this creature. This man who's been left to rot for a month.
What kind of weapon does he have in his hand?
A lowly dagger.
Kind of reaches out and touches it. And just kind of takes it, kind of gives it a look over, seeing that it is of that make that Zilrael pointed out.
If you zoom in really close on the map, you can see the half torso.
Yep. Okay, so she would have come around this way. See it.
Dude, that's some scary shit. That looks like a cryptic coming out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Hell no.
Hell no, dude.
You said you touched the dagger or took the dagger?
She kind of like picked it up in her hand, yeah. Not like fully wrenching it from the half corpse.
You would realize that it is of fine make. A very like well-made steel. And then you would hear it.
Oh no.
Distant, but still present.
Here, what?
Oh, hell no.
Mm-hmm.
A sound that permeates the forest.
Fuck all that.
Yuria stiffens. We've overstayed our welcome. We should get back to Shane.
Why don't you all roll me a perception check? That
shield at advantage.
That sense of unease grows stronger as something causes your heart rate to quicken as the sounds get louder. And you feel that chill that rushes through the air as something around you begins to shift and move. And you would watch those that have light, would watch as the shadows on the ground fade.
Right.
Where did they go?
Where did what go?
Are we getting like terror radius?
Getting what? Sorry?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
As you sit here, glancing
here he
down
is.
now, that sound grows louder. And you would watch as the light around you begins to flicker. Even the light coming from Silveril begins to
go.
dim.
Great.
Time to go.
Shielda will throw away her pride, walk over to Alaric and up a hand since he can move quicker than him.
As the
What about
party begins to move, begins to make your way out of this camp, you would feel almost as if the wind, the air around you fades. This breeze that had sort of been following you is gone. As if the air itself is holding its breath. As emerging now, this low, gasping breath, shadows begin to lift off of the ground, hands outstretched towards you. Give me one moment.
Damn, didn't get to pick a Shilda.
You'll get your chance.
There will be plenty of opportunities to toss the dwarf.
She threw her pride down and she's like, "You're faster than me, please, God."
I just imagine he like puts her under his arm like a quarterback and just hauls ass.
Pretty much. Don't tell the elf.
Gotta go. I'm right here.
Ooh, we're in the middle of it, huh?
As
Does it affect
shadows begin to lift off of the floor, beginning to rise upwards now, you would see these ghastly expressions, jaws slack, eyes wide, these vacuous spaces that are lacking a soul. Their hands reaching out, clawing desperately for the warmth of life that you have, that they lack, and they so desperately want. And they're not alone. It's initiative. Oh boy!
No,
Oh,
it doesn't
man.
have to be. You know, we could just play dead.
Let's give him Shane.
Yeah?
That's why we brought him.
You're a monster.
I know. Every time I rage, it becomes readily apparent.
DM, I'm assuming I see these ghosts, and they're not, in fact, fakes.
One more time?
I'm assuming they aren't fake.
Oh,
as I see
no.
them.
You see them.
Wonderful.
You see the horrible, sort of twisted humanoids that are reaching now. These sort of messed up images of man and specter.
I don't like it.
You're not meant to like it.
Oh, then I like it. Never know. Never let him know your next move.
Be ungovernable.
I hug him.
Silver, roll me initiative, please.
I did.
You didn't.
But it did.
You didn't.
Ah!
At the top of initiative. Silver.
Oh God. Okay.
Oi,
Well,
oi,
where
oi,
you
oi,
going,
oi.
Kellen?
Kellen, where you going? Hey, you can't switch teams.
Yeah, I'm joining them. Sorry,
Hey, yo.
but enough of this shit.
What are these? Are they bad? I cannot assume they are good. She will draw her Zweihander.
What are you doing?
Do I get the Blessing of Owen here?
Read it. What's it say?
It says Owen in their domain. I didn't know if this was somewhere freaky. Why does that one have glowing eyes?
Good
like that.
question. Why is that one
Oh,
different
God,
from
it's
the
got a
rest?
Crown. I'd like to invoke my weapon.
Okay, go ahead and post it. It should give you a card to post.
It does?
I'd like to swap my wizard out for my paladin at this moment, please.
Too bad.
Fuck.
Sucks to suck, as they say.
And I will swing, or I will step this way to swing on this one. Where's my Zweihander?
Let's see it.
I don't know how to make it invoke.
What does your card say? Should tell
While
you.
you're wielding this weapon, you may invoke the light of Owen's domain as a bonus action.
Okay. You activate your
Okay.
weapon with a bonus action.
Okay, I see. And I swing.
Let's see it. Ooh, it is immediately going to use its reaction, attempting to grip you, reaching its hand through your chest to reach for your heart. But a 13 misses. This ghastly wail that comes from it.
Okay. What the fuck? That thing's fucking weird. Alright, I'll attack again.
That's it.
Oh, we do have that.
Wait, we're level 5.
18 hits.
No, psionic strike.
Okay.
Hey!
All right. You would realize in this moment, as you strike it, something's not right. Striking it with that psychic energy causes this shade to violently flash, reeling back and swelling in size.
Something is wrong. I think it is eating my attacks. And she will, having looked back at Alaric.
Hi.
She will step downward, holding her sword like in a protected stance over her body. You know, hilt up to the right, downward across her body.
Okay.
Is there something wrong? She says to everyone. It's like it ate my attack and got bigger.
Bad.
Oh, you ended your turn. Thank you. All right. The shadow, desperate for vitality, for life, lunges for Marana. Give it a moment. A 10 misses. Again, that strange, ghostly hand reaching out, attempting to grab you, finds no purchase. And you would watch as its entire body, sort of this low scream that comes from it. You would watch as it fades into the ground. Kellen.
Okay, that one's gone. That one's right there. Oh, I didn't have time to pull out my bow before, did I? That takes a bonus action to deploy.
Correct.
Well, I have to do that. And I'll fire at this one. This one looks good.
Let's see it. $25 hits. 14. It is going to... Oh, not that it matters. It will reduce that damage by 8. However, the remaining damage is more than enough.
Even though it's a magic weapon?
Oh, it did something quirky.
Oh, I see, I see.
You would watch as the arrow striking it, causing its head to sort of reel back, this thrashing, sort of very violent, almost erratic movement from this shadow as its body violently pulls in on itself. Gone.
Okay. Well, it poofed, so that's a good sign. Guess I'll use my second attack to start on this one.
Let's see it. That hits. 6 points of piercing.
Has he taken damage since or before?
No.
Okay, well then, just the 6.
Okay. That arrow finding purchase in it just as well, causing it to scream out. What else are you doing?
I think he's going to stay here for now. I think we're good.
Okay. Then it is the shadow. Is going to grab for a Ashilde. $17.
Yes.
There's 4 points of necrotic. And I need, let's see, in the targets, I need to roll a d4. Ashilde, your strength score is reduced by 2.
Okay.
If you reach 0, you die.
I know. I'm very well aware of what these things are.
Okay. And it too. Alaric.
Yeah, I'd say that from Alaric's perspective, he aimed for one target, it disappeared. He looked down, it disappeared. He will twist and turn and try to find a target for his rage and spot our friend here, huh?
Indeed. Unlike the others that have made their intent to grab at you, to hold you, this entity has its arms open, its head upturned to the sky.
Yeah, screw all that. Alaric is going to rage. And, unlike many times before, when Alaric has sort of raged and fallen into this unthinking bloodlust of his fury that it is, this time he does not drop down on his haunches. This time he doesn't run on all four as he approaches this raid. No, instead Alaric stands fully upright, and he does not look as Alaric at all, I think. In fact, from his facial features sprouts a full mane of white. And these features, they stretch. They extend forward grotesquely into the sort of shapely protrusion of a lion, besides his usual swell of muscle and monstrous sinew that turned his body already whenever he raged. And that scar that ran over his lips, it's fused into the fur, and it makes of his feline mouth an angry, murderous scowl, looking very much like the lion that Juria would have seen behind him, or the lion that she saw on the road, even. And as he surges forward and ambles towards the raid, he's going to swing Verdict at it as a reckless attack.
Okay. That hits. Give me just a moment to... Okay. All right. A massive hit, causing this creature to sort of push backwards as the full weight of Verdict connects against it, causing it to draw its attention down towards you.
Good. With that same momentum of Verdict swinging and connecting, Alaric's body follows in this lurch movement as his claw rises up from the side and does a sort of crisscross swipe at it. That's one claw attack.
Okay. What are your claws considered magical yet?
They are not.
Okay. As you connect with your claw, it simply phases through. No connection. No damage.
Rough.
Well, I'm still going to follow up with the next attack,
Okay.
given that that's what he would do, but yeah. Oh. I don't imagine this thing can bleed.
No, it cannot. As your attacks simply phase through it.
That's my turn.
It's its turn. It reaches forward, grabbing for your chest at advantage. That's a 23.
It hits. It
Yes.
hurts.
24 points of necrotic damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw. Your hit point maximum is reduced by 24.
Oh, shit.
All right.
If this reaches 0, Alaric, you die.
I do, huh?
It is going to pass through you, harrying your every step. Yuria.
Yuria. Being from Shademore, a place where one does not fight nature, but merely survives it. Even as a noble, she can sense when the forest itself is against you, when it's time to run, and she feels that need, the time to get out of this situation. And she will say so. We have overstayed our welcome. We should leave now. She'll start walking towards that direction, not abandoning her friends, but certainly starting to make the steps towards that direction. And then whip around and cast an Eldritch Blast at the specter to get it off of her mates.
That's it.
Yeah, we mates.
Mates.
We out here.
Fat damage, by the way.
Give me, Okay. Remember, you are 5th level.
Ah, yes. So we cast again, if I remember.
Yep. Got 2 beams.
Both of those hit. Okay. Both striking, connecting, sort of punching holes through this specter, cause its attention, its deathly gaze to fall on you.
And she has no desire to stick around to figure out what it wants to do. As it, or rather she, will move another 20 feet, sort of hopping over the log. And then that will be her turn.
Okay. Marana Lamordia.
Yikes. Yikes. Watching Alaric's claws go through this like it's nothing. Safe to assume she can't do much. And she'll agree. We need to start moving. And not wanting to leave Yuria out on her own. Going to disengage just in case there's any ghosty boys. And ready in action in case anything appears.
Okay.
Can't do much, Captain.
You're doing your best. Holding your
Yeah.
action. Anything else?
No,
that
that's
would-
my bonus.
Oh.
Bonus and move and then action, yep.
Ashilde, you feel that siphon, that touch as it takes some of your vitality into itself. What are you doing?
I'm gonna turn undead.
Okay. Let's see. Present your holy must be considering that each creature that sees or hears you within it must make a wisdom saving throw. The creature fails the saving throw. It's turned for 1 minute until it takes any damage. Turn the creature must spend its turn trying to move far away from you. It also can't take reactions. For its actions, it won't use the dash action to try and escape. Okay, wisdom saving throws. Give me
Pretty please.
a moment.
Holy shit, the cleric.
What's your DC?
It's a 14.
14. They can see or hear you, as it is the only visible one, and it fails considerably. It is frightened.
But it can hear me too. She will be muttering in both Dwarvish and the language of magic, telling me things that pretty much in no uncertain terms and very lofty words that they can fuck right off.
It certainly seems to have taken an effect as the entity, its sort of horrific maw, begins to sort of turn inwards.
The runes on her arms would be glowing very brightly at this point in time.
Okay. Anything else on your turn? Turn creature must spend its turn trying to move away. Okay. On its turn, it will attempt to flee for a minute. Or until it takes any damage.
And I'm also going to move away from it towards Marana.
Okay. Anything else to show there?
Yeah, for shits and giggles, I'm also going to Healing Word. Since I didn't cast a spell, I'm also going to use Healing Word.
Okay. On who?
Give me one sec.
On yourself?
I just need to make sure something here. Yeah, I'm just gonna use it on myself at first level.
Go ahead and post that. Heal yourself. I'll be right back real quick.
Oh, buddy. I feel special. It puts me back up to 43.
Just to be clear, we're dipping here, yeah?
I don't want to stick around to see what landed here before.
Let alone what's here now.
Yuria clearly intends to leave, so.
Strategic retreat time.
Advance in the other direction.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, 4 points. Anything else on your turn?
No, I moved, I cast, I turned, and yeah, I'm done.
Okay. At the start of Silurel's turn, you notice those roars are getting very loud. What are you doing?
Whatever this is, it's getting closer. So if I look around, there's nothing around me.
Looking around, you would see your allies in the process of fleeing. The entity here has been frightened. It is looking like it's about to run from a shield. But the shadows, well, they're nowhere to be seen.
Right. Awesome. Oh. Well, we're going to move. Oh, sorry, let me move back. There we go. Now it'll count my movement. Does Alric look intent to leave?
Actually, yes. He seems cognitive of the retreat.
Right.
The fact that he's cognitive at all should be a surprise.
Whatever it is getting closer. Let's go. She would make moves to climb over all this shit
Okay.
to leave.
I meant to say earlier that it's difficult terrain, but everybody's moved through it already, so it's fine.
Dude, I was gonna leap over that. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
she'd be like working around it, so I'll just stay there and call it good.
You just ever seen Dwarven parkour?
What the fuck was your mic just doing?
It was popping because she had to.
It's freaking real.
All right.
Like you're inside a popcorn machine.
Anything else on your turn as you move away?
I will steady my blade with my back to a shield day in case anything appears with intent to strike.
Okay. So you are also holding your action.
Yeah.
Okay. Marana, you would be able to pop off as emerging from the ground these grasping shadow hands towards Alaric.
Towards Alaric?
Yes. Right here.
Ah. Right
as
there.
As an entity emerges from the ground. Oop, oop.
Oh, Jesus. All my tokens. Ach, mein Gott. Yeah. Pop off.
That's it.
Short bow.
$24 hits.
And sneak attack.
You would watch as it drives through, sort of leaving this trail of shadowy, viscous material, not doing nearly as much as you'd have hoped.
Oh, not nearly as much. Can I... Actually, no, I think I have to call that beforehand, the psionic flame.
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, that's my total... that damage and sneak attack.
Okay. Man, not magical, physical. It grabs for Alaric.
Hello, friend.
As a 17.
It hits.
9 points from you. Your strength score is reduced by 1. Callan.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot twice at this guy.
Let's see it.
Has he been hurt yet? Well, actually, you know what? I do have a bonus action now. So I'll use Hunter's Mark first.
Okay.
Do the thing. There you go.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why it keeps rolling like that all the time, but whatever. Okay. Then we attack. Ooh, shit.
20. More than enough to fell the shadow. The arrow driving through it, driven by the mechanism of your recurve link weapon, causing it to become imbued. The shadow gone.
Okay. Hell, I'm in range, but I'm going to dare it anyway and try to move my movement this way. And I'm sure it gets an opportunity attack.
I do not believe it does. It can't willingly move towards the space. It also can't take reactions.
By the way, when Kellen fell, the shadow, the lion form of Alaric exchanged like a thankful look with him. But it's hard to read on account that it's a beastly face, you know.
Fair enough. Well, if it's not taking an opportunity attack, then I will just do the move and fire my second shot. With the one that's left.
Oh, towards
What?
the... Well,
What? Whoa.
You're
What?
attacking, just so I'm aware, the Wraith. You would have seen it been affected by Ashilde's magic.
Yeah. So I was going to try and hit it with the magic bow. Is that not a thing that I can do, or is it?
You absolutely can.
I wouldn't suggest it because it would turn off the turn. If you hit it, it can start attacking.
Oh.
As long as nobody touches it, it's going to run.
God, that roar is wild. Okay, well, that's fine. I've moved. We're good. So, carry on.
Ooh.
Okay. Alaric.
We're gonna dash.
All
And as we sprint by, we're going to pick up Ashilda by the scruff. This stumping lion man, stampeding through the breakage, barely missing Siluril. Gonna grab Ashilda and he's going to run towards Shane. Oh.
You already moved 20. You'd be able to move another 15, I'd say.
Another 15. And goodbye, Rage. Hello, Alaric.
Just keeps her holy symbol presented behind Alaric.
That's my turn,
as he's carrying her.
Okay. The Wraith flees towards the roars. As if being beckoned.
By the way, when Alaric picked Ashilda, he was like gasping and whooping like a desperate feline, right? Just sort of whimpering away from danger, and as he sort of diminishes back into the half-elf that he is, it transfers into this oh shit as he's running.
Perfect. Yuria Zyri.
I don't see no targets around me, DM.
No, you don't. But you certainly hear something, and it's fast approaching.
Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Her instincts are saying, get the hell out of there. So she's gonna dash.
Running off on your own. Okay.
Well, in theory, I'm hoping everyone else is also running.
It's going to be a couple turns before they get the chance to catch up.
Shit.
What are you doing, Yuri?
You can't prepare a spell, right?
You can.
Oh. Okay.
As long as it takes an action to cast, right?
In that case, we'll move 30 feet, and then we will prepare an Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Towards anything you can see?
Supposing one of the shades pop out of nowhere, yeah.
Understood. Marana.
Yep, nice. Again, trying not to split everyone up too badly. We'll roll up near Yuria. And going to, since we're running, gonna take the dodge action.
The dodge action. Understood. I have a token for that. Wow, look at me.
Wow.
Have a token.
I'm such
So,
a cool
yeah.
DM.
You did it.
All right. Show that you are being carried.
I'm gonna give Alaric a nice little healing pat. Give me one moment here. Where is that?
We like pats. You're getting fucked today with those heals.
I really am.
4 points to Alaric. Despite the soothing energy that comes from this, it does not mend the cold grip around your heart.
That's life, man. That's basically me, Ira.
Yike.
I've already decided the next spell I'm taking since she's already cast aside her pride and done the uppies with Alaric. I'm going to take Expeditious Retreat next time, and I'm just going to buff him and use him as a mount.
You are being carried still. Are you trying to break free? Are you trying to run on your own? Or are you just staying here until Alaric moves?
I'm staying here until Alaric moves because he is faster than me.
Understood.
Also, he would be holding her in front of himself.
Okay.
So maybe you should be in front.
Save for there. There you go.
Okay.
At the start of initiative, Celeral, merging at the edge of your dark vision, this massive form, an entity wreathed in shadow, vibrant red glowing eyes.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, it's close.
And a figure who around it black shadows swirl.
That's not good.
Yeah? I think it's leavey time. We really gotta leave.
Brother man, welcome to the encounter.
Holy fuck, that's a bear.
A bear? Okay.
Celeral,
Lucky if it's just a bear.
it's your turn.
It's like 23 bears put together.
Burp. Burp. Bert, no, okay, so that's, 10, no, yeah. That's, why is that only 10 feet? I feel like that's 15. No, it's 10. Okay, 20, 25, because it's not counting everything all together for me. Yeah, we skedoodling, guys. She would keep pace here to, oh my god, that's horrifying. Keep pace here to make sure that Kellen can get out in time with her weapon drawn. protecting their movement. And that'll be my turn, ready to attack if anything gets too close.
Well, beckoned by the summon of this shadow, this entity now fast approaching one of the shadows that remains, lashes out, attempting to attack Kellen.
Would Yuri's thing go off?
Ooh, yes.
Very good. Blah, blah.
A lot of dice.
2 massive strikes. The second beam punching through it in its entirety, almost causing a portion of its body to rip away. This deathly scream, this wail that comes from it. Kellen, you would see not only the shadow, but whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, I don't like that too much. How? I'm going to use my bonus action to transfer the Hunter's Mark to it.
It?
Yes.
Okay. What level spell is that?
Level 1?
You cast it.
I don't cast it.
Sorry, you attempt to move it to target this entity. Nothing happens.
Like it's immune or something?
Quite the opposite. You would watch as the shadows that form around it become more intense. You would watch as every step it takes leaves this singed mark on the floor as it burrows into the ground with the sheer weight of this creature. And as you attempt to direct your attention towards it, that silver hue of your mark dissolves into nothing.
Well, that's bad. Okay, well, shit. Guess we'll be taking the dash action and getting out. It's 30.
The shadow is gonna try to swat at you.
Yeah.
Little tickle.
Little farewell gift.
Little giggle.
It bean dips you on the way
16.
out.
Yikes. I'm pretty sure that hits.
All right. That is 6 points of necrotic damage, and
That does. Bleh.
you lose 3 to your strength score.
Brings me down to 10.
All right. I think you still have some of your movement.
Yep, another 30, in fact.
I wish Uriel could see all these things so that we would know where the fuck they are.
What? I can.
Don't you have true sight still, so...
Yeah.
Yeah? You're just not telling us where they are? Okay.
Oh, you want me to tell? You know,
All right.
sometimes I forget you can't see things.
That is your turn, Kellen.
Are
Yeah.
you kidding me right now?
Yep.
Alaric,
What is
you
wrong with you?
look back as Sora runs past and see this monstrous form. You would watch
Alright.
as the magic is drawn to it and is absorbed by this creature.
Do you say look back?
It's only natural.
You're a funny man,
What are you doing, Alaric?
brother. Well, I'm dashing.
Okay.
I'm dashing, and
I believe your movement speed as a level 5 barbarian is increased. I believe you have 40 feet of movement. With a dash, that would be 80. So you'd be able to move 40 feet carrying a shield.
the M, you beautiful bastard. Yes, I would.
Let's see it.
And I'd like to say this as as Alaric runs in absolute desperation, his lungs burning, his heart burning, his breath whooping, the land jerking and seesawing all around him as he wildly runs by. getting that feeling of the beast ever at his neck. How close are we to Shane? Could he hear us with a scream? Or is it too far away?
You could start screaming.
Yes, Alaric would begin to scream. I don't want to actually scream, but it would be something like this. Shane! Shane, get the horses! The horses! As he sprints on by.
Where are you going? 40 feet, good sir. To be back
80?
here. No, 80 reduced to half.
Oh, 80 reduced to
So you'd be here, I believe.
Wait, I'm splitting my movement in half if I carry her?
Yes.
I'm under his weight requirement.
You're so medium creature.
Oh, that's a shame. She'd be faster if I drop her then.
No, you'd be faster. You are helping her right now.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So you still have, I believe you only moved 25.
All right.
30, 35, 40. So be right here.
Where?
Yelling for Shane to start getting the horses ready.
Yep.
Understood. I'll double check the grapple rules or the carrying another creature rules after the game, but for right now, we'll say it's half your movement.
I was gonna say it would have been from here to out of the map with her.
The Wraith is still frightened. Yuria, you look up after firing the Eldritch Blast and see it. These soul-shaking red eyes that stare back at you, and as you stare at it with your true sight, it is an entity of unimaginable horror.
It almost catches Yuria off guard, almost stopping, almost forgetting to start fleeing again as she murmurs, shakingly, "It's here. The terror. That's the terror." She points. And then starts running away from the terror.
Smart.
Yeah.
I would call that a gamer move. You dashing?
Bye. I'm dashing.
Okay. Off the map.
Yep.
Marana. The terror stares at you and the companions left behind for its next meal.
Yeah, mister. This is a beast with red eyes, wreathed in shadow. Does it seem somehow familiar or like the one from that dream? Something, anything about it?
This one does not.
Fair. Time to leave.
The entity you saw was more humanoid. This is... If this thing's in a gothic city, something horrible has happened.
I just didn't know if it kind of gave off the same energy.
Why don't you roll me? We'll see how tough your nerves are right now. If you can even put that together.
Fine.
Why don't you
Okay.
roll me a wisdom save?
Okay. Oh, I don't think that rolled properly.
You threw that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops, I dropped my dice.
Nope, time to go.
Looking at it, seeing those red eyes, there's something, but my God, do you not want to be near this thing?
Good to know. Time to leave. And we're going past Syria. Full 90 feet to see what becomes of Shane, or has become of him.
Running forward, you see Shane looking back as he's retying the rigging on one of the horses, like this frantic fumbling as he's looking back, hearing the screams, the roars. The horses are just like whining and trying desperately to kick off to get away. If this creature gets close, Marana, your means of escape is gone.
If he's close enough, aid him in doing whatever the fuck he needs to.
Next round.
Got it.
All right. A shield day.
I need to do a measurement real quick.
Hey, where are you putting that ruler? What you doing with that? I feel like you're measuring the wrong way.
I'm being carried. I'm laying down covering fire.
Oh no.
He's like a turret.
I've got to for science.
What are you doing, Ashila?
Guiding bolt at 3rd level.
3rd level.
Gross colossal.
Let's see it.
Jesus. Look at that.
21. You watch as that radiant bolt drives against the shadow, the form, its massive shoulder, and you would watch as the light there begins to dim, shattering like glass against its body. It does nothing.
What?
Fuck. Run.
Yeah.
As it has become empowered even more.
I love science. Isn't that just grand?
Isn't life beautiful?
Is that your turn, Ashilda?
Trying to think here.
What else can I cast at it?
No, I'm seeing if I can make Alaric faster now.
I will note that when you hit it, there's something about the way your spell was cast. Your intellectual mind, your wizarding mind, able to discern that the way you cast, something about it doesn't affect this creature.
So cleric spells don't hit.
Take of it what you will, but something about the way you cast.
You need a better god.
Whew, that was rude.
Should have been Shillier.
Should have been Sheilier. Should have would have fucking destroyed him by now.
Something about the way I cast.
What else are you doing on your turn?
I'm praying
Okay,
for Alaric to be faster.
understood.
Oh my god.
It moves. Slamming now, leaving these massive imprints into the floor, and as it does, these wisping shadows lifting off of its path as it slams towards the only entity it can see.
You know, you don't have.
Oh god, it's faster than us. Well, it's faster than y'all. I'm good.
Fuck you.
It is going to dash.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
It descends upon Siluriel. And as it does, Siluriel, you realized how dwarfed you are. And as it approaches, that strange miasma that comes off of it, washing over you, causes your blade, the light from Olwyn, to go out. And your own light, that radiant glow from you, dimming until it's no more than a few inches from your body. Just being in the presence of this creature stifles light or kills it. But that was its action. Siluriel.
There is a moment where, you know, in like anime where the characters are like frozen and their eyes twitch and shit? That's the like fear that washes over her, and just underneath her breath, she just, in a pleading, begging tone, just, Nayethis, protect me. And she will run.
Oh. I got it.
You're running?
Yeah.
Okay.
With a, fuck, that thing's fast, bro.
How are you running?
She, the sword just wavers, and she holds it to her side and just, runs. What can you do as a bonus action? I'm just wondering.
Are you disengaging or are you running?
Yeah. She's going to, actually, can I move here instead? Move here. Can I move here? Next to
Sure.
Alaric. We're gonna disengage with our bonus action, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
action surge. And I'm going to grab Alaric, and we are running.
Good. Because as you run, you realize when this creature makes opportunity attacks, it makes its full multi-attack against the creature that runs.
Do I get dragged along with Alaric, or am I still there?
Yes,
You're in
obviously
his
you get
arms,
dragged.
so
Obviously you get dragged.
there is her pupils are pinpoint as she's running, and there's just this unbridled fear on her. And she is just muttering in a language unintelligible underneath her breath.
I just imagine them like scrambling and stumbling and sprinting together in desperation to get out.
As this thing draws ever closer. All right. I believe that is your turn. The shadow, still alive. Hey,
guys!
Hey, I'm walking
Excuse
here.
me, sir!
Hey, I'm walking here.
Excuse me, sir! Going past his boss like,
You would watch as it gets within that aura. You would watch as it sort of the wounds it had sustained to close, and it begins to regenerate.
Hey, where you going? Where you going, pal?
Originally, I thought of it as a ghost. Now I think of it as an angry Russian with a tarp on his head, showing off his cool new bear.
Kellen.
Oh boy. Okay. We're right at the edge there, aren't we? So, I'm gonna move to the edge and then take one parting shot at it, or maybe two, depending, and then we'll do the thing. Or do we have to keep dashing to get away? What's the thing? What's the trick?
The trick?
Yeah, to getting out of here.
Dog, the rest of your homies are running. What are you doing?
Just like in order to flee, we basically have to take the dash action. Is that kind of the whole intention here?
Do what your character would do. Would Kellen turn around and shoot at the terror? Or would he run with Marana and Yuria, who are already on their way to the cart?
I think if Shane's struggling or frantically trying to get it set up, I think he'll just run to the cart and try and help if he can.
Another set of helping hands.
Yep.
All right, that'll be your action to dash. Sprinting over to him to begin assisting him, trying to get the horses ready. All right. Alaric.
Would it be possible to underhanded grab this petite elf here beside me and have us all three run out of the map?
How about this, Alaric?
Oh my god, can you do that?
How about you roll me... This is going to be a called DC. If you fail by more than 5, something catastrophic happens.
Okay.
Why don't you roll me in athletics? The DC, as terror grips your heart, the hands of the shadows and the wraiths wrenched around your heart. The DC is 18.
Oh my god.
Yike.
That's
Okay.
a yank for me.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright. I see what you're doing. You did it to me with the shovel. Now you're doing it. Alright. Very well, DM man. Here we go. Holy sh...
Uh-oh.
Well
You
done.
just say
I will
shovel.
make of you a hero as Alaric sprints.
I love the idea that like she's holding his hand, like pulling him as she goes, and then he's just, what's happening? What's happening?
That surge of adrenaline, Alaric, describe it for me.
Oh my god. Yeah, as the shadows coalesce all around him, Alaric is essentially placed inside this tunnel vision towards safety. His words, as he's screaming, Shane! Shane, the horses! They sort of pour into each other, into the intelligible. And with Siluriel's grip on his hand, it's as though he's anchored, finally, into how terrible the situation is. And this surge of adrenaline immediately pours through him when he sees the fear in her face. And suddenly his fear is meaningless, and he scoops her by the waistline, a shield hanging off of his other hand, and he just thunders past Dirt and his friends in direction of the cart, leaving the terror in his wake.
Okay. I'll move you all here to the edge, to the border of the map. As you are running, sprinting behind you, the sounds of a furious entity, a shadow made manifest, emboldened by your magic, descends upon you. And as you throw each other into the cart, Shane and the horses need no other motivation. The crack of the reins send the horses jolting forward once everybody is inside, and you see behind you the shadow following close at your heels. And as you begin to make your way through the narrow path, what are you guys doing?
Can I pop up a magic missile at it out of sheer morbid curiosity?
Oh my
Based
god.
off of
No.
Hear me out here. Your thing by Olwen dimmed. And the way that I cast was incorrect. Both of those things are divine. I want to try arcane.
Let's see it.
I'm trying to figure this thing out as quickly as possible while running.
Except my psionics isn't divine.
It isn't magic either.
Let's see it.
It's something. But anyway.
Psi-
This will have been, you've cast 2 spells at this creature?
no. Oh no.
I've only cast the one.
I know. You're casting a second one, right?
Yeah, this would be Magic Missile.
What level?
I'm just gonna leave it at 1.
Okay, let's see it.
I'm trying to get information.
We're about to get informed.
All 3 of those darts slamming against this creature. You have a new token to show it. Something called Doom.
Fuck.
To be clear, psychic damage is still magic damage. In case you're wondering.
That theory that perhaps it's divine magic. The darts strike across its form, but you realize they shatter before even making impact. Something about the way you cast magic doesn't affect this creature. And you realize, having miscast against this creature only a few times, something within your chest begins to tighten. And you feel an impending sense of doom. What is everybody else doing?
We in the cart, baby.
Indeed you
We
are.
are, right?
Indeed. The cart is currently rampaging through this path.
You know when you hit obstacles in Darkest Dungeon 2 and the characters complain? That's Alaric. Every mistake Shane makes, he's there to scream and whine and remind him that we have a monster on our tail.
Yuri is being a little more productive by clambering to the front and using her true sight to sort of guide, rather panically, but still try to sort of guide Shane out without hitting something.
Perfect. Somebody assisting Shane was all Shane needed. Led by the true sight and making your way, it's almost this explosion of action as the cart, the horses, the party come barreling out of the forest. The thicket almost acting as a wall behind you. And you would see as you begin to careen over these grassy knolls and the hills here, desperately trying to make your way back towards the road in just pure fear. Looking back, you can see where the terror stops.
Oh.
The stopping. Go ahead, sorry.
Does that seem familiar?
What are you attempting to discern?
Because I remember coming this way beforehand. There was something that was following us during the day, but stopped.
Why don't you roll me a history check? There is a definite familiarity. Curious before, provoked now. And who knows if it has your scent. But you'd have watched as it barreled out into the plains after you. For a couple hundred feet. Before slamming its paws into the earth, you would watch as fissures form, kicking up dirt and rock, these segmented portions. And then you would watch as its head rears back, that billowing roar louder than ever before, almost causing the shadows around you, the night, to darken. For it fades from sight. And you find yourself back on the main road.
Oh my god. So it becomes very obvious that it's like no longer within view and it's not following us.
You look back, Alaric, and it's gone.
The first time, by the way, that Alaric does look back. Once he feels that the air is no longer as dense as it was, as the shadows part, and the atmosphere isn't as suffocating. And this adrenal surge that was rushing through him is beginning to calm down, him rolling off of its high. He looks around and begins to address the more immediate group, looking for injuries, especially Siluriel. Did anybody get hit? Is everybody all right?
His shield is clutching her chest.
Siluriel is sitting there, stone-faced, eyes just like the whitest they can muster, and she's just like her hand is gripping the hilt of her blade, and her other one is gripping it so tight that she's started to bleed.
Callan is just looking tired, like he's heavy. A little sluggish.
Yuri's in front with Shane, panting. Sweat of fear, sweat of running, drenching her. She eventually... At first, she's still sort of trying to help Shane, despite being in the plains, as if this will make them go faster. And it is until probably a few minutes after they no longer see the terror that she stops and relaxes and pulls away her helm. She looks back to the crew. How in the multi-layered hells are we supposed to kill that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're supposed to kill it, but we found it. We found it, all right, or it found us.
It was the latter. I remember something had followed us on the way back from Aram's Ferry. I didn't see it. But I think it was it.
You think it was waiting?
I think when we stepped foot in its lair, it decided that was enough.
Well, now we know what happened to the caravan. No going back there now.
Well, we have to still kill it somehow. Perhaps that weakness we read about.
I don't know what this feeling is, but if it ends up not being good, Divine doesn't work against it, neither does Arcane. It's not the magic, it's how it's cast, and I need more information. Ow.
At least we have the questions now. We know the questions to ask, right? We know how it looks. We know how it hunts.
You three that were hurt by shadows, specters, you feel that touch. Persistent. Every time your heart beats.
And is Yuria kind of looking back at the party at this point?
She is, but you can see her eyes are sort of glazed, as she's not really looking at anyone in particular. More
Morana kind of
replaying
looks.
the horror in her mind.
Morana kind of looks up at her, dead in the face.
That's why I couldn't feel them there.
and just leaves it at that.
It seems to take her a minute to sort of look your way, not realizing at first you're talking to her. She can really only respond with a slight tilt of her head and the narrowing of her eyes, clear confusion on her face. At the moment, whatever you say doesn't seem to ring any understanding in Neria's mind. That was no monster.
What?
DM, is there any conceivable way to explain what Neria saw when looking at this creature?
Any way you think would fit, brother. Try to describe what you saw. I will say, though, as the party is traveling, as the party has traveled in 4 hexes now, when the moon is at its highest, as if to signify the start of a new day, Yuria, your eye fades. Kellen, your voice fades.
Alaric's stalks disappear.
Nope.
Damn it.
Yuria blinks a few times. This feeling of the eye only just now starting to sort of, she's starting to get used to it, now fades, and she almost touches her forehead, hesitantly feeling for it. Of course, she laughs coldly. Just long enough to dump terror on me and then depart.
Shane doesn't stop the cart, by the way. He is going to incur a point of exhaustion.
Oh yeah.
Out of sheer fear.
No, we're burning leather on the way back to Alien Steer. Don't you worry none.
Everybody roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. Ugh.
Give me a sec.
Still real.
Sorry, my mouth is doing something yucky.
It's all right. Kellen, Yuria, and Ashilde, go ahead and mark a point of exhaustion on your character sheet. I will say, in the future, probably during the break, I'll be sort of transitioning to the 1 D&D rules for exhaustion.
What does that do?
You'll find out.
Instant death at level
That's
1.
right.
Yeah.
It kills you instantly.
Perfect.
You just die.
You take
Goodbye.
1 point of exhaustion and fucking explode.
DM looks at exhaustion. They shouldn't take this.
Me pushing it into a character.
I just want to ask, why did we introduce this man to frickin' Wheel of Time?
Dark Bear.
Shane succeeds his Constitution saving throw and will continue to drive the party back unless there are any objections.
I would say that after we've driven at least a couple of hours and spirits has sort of dwindled down and the shock and surprise isn't as high as it was, Alaric would have sort of moved to the front and stuck out his head through the clod of the wagon, if there's any clod. Actually, we haven't agreed on that. Anyway, he would.
Sorry, go on.
It's uncovered?
Yeah, it's all uncovered. It's like, you guys can upgrade this wagon in the future, but right now it is a bare bone wagon.
Yeah, he would have just sort of loomed over him. Hey, I'm sorry for, raising my voice. I was terrified.
No, he immediately throws up as he realizes now the just sheer amount of adrenaline that had been coursing through his body.
This is a slight groan from Yuria as she now feels the need to do the same.
Does he throw up off of the cart? Does he throw up in the cart? Does he...
Right down the front of his breastplate.
Looks up at Alaric. Well, thank you.
At himself.
Oh.
It is sudden, without warning. Even he wasn't prepared for it, and he just retches. And he sort of like shudders. He's trying to like hand off the reins as he's throwing up.
He would take the reins. Like quickly scramble for them and hold them supinated in his palms and looking at the horses, realizing he has no idea how to ride a cart. But he'll just hold them still.
After a moment, able to clear himself, upset that he's soiled himself, he would take the reins back and just keep apologizing, this muttering apology.
As he apologizes, Alaric would sort of produce a rag and start wiping him down.
Yuria would side-eye the vomit, and more out of not wanting to see it, to encourage her own stomach to do the same, she would touch Shane's clothing and cast Presti on him. Sort of Alaric's attempts to clean, subsumed by this sort of disintegration of the muck upon Shane.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
You're all right. You saved our lives. I were you, I would have run a lot sooner.
You could see he's doing his absolute best to not look anywhere aside from forward. Because when he looks sideways, there's that paranoid look that gets to him where he begins to like overlook. He's just hyper aware of his surroundings when he starts looking around, causing the cart to sort of veer and pull at the sides, and he has to keep his attention forward.
Yuria's jaw clenches at the jostling. Everyone needs to just calm down. And that desire manifests, and over the party, she would, maybe not entirely on purpose, cast calm emotions.
Okay.
Sort of not even doing it necessarily intentionally, this being her first time at even casting level 2 spells. Her helmet would suddenly sort of condense or gather this magical condensation around it, and it would not be a seen thing, but there would just be this sort of soothing effect.
I resisted.
Okay.
I don't want to get fucking soothed.
Roll a charisma save.
You're big papa magic off of me.
All right, roll a charisma save.
For anybody who would like to resist the soothing effect.
All right, you're still scared shitless. Congrats, you did it. You did it.
There you go.
Putting a pause there just for the moment. Marana, Silero, Kellen, Ashilde, what are you guys doing?
I'm just trying to recover. That was pretty nasty.
Marana is silent.
Oh, sorry. Marana's kind of towards the back of the wagon, kind of keeping overwatch, just eyes behind them, looking for anything.
Roll me a perception check. The worst part is that you see it everywhere. Every shadow, your mind playing tricks on you, that it's there. You blink, look again, the red glow is gone. It's hard to distinguish what is real and what is fear.
Sheila's actually playing to Ioun because this has her completely flummoxed. Immune to divine and arcane, but it's not immune to magic. The feeling of how it was cast really bothers her, so that's what she's ruminating on.
Okay.
It's something she doesn't understand, so she's looking to powers higher than her to maybe open it.
Silverill's hand at this point is just like a dry blood mesh as she's holding her sword.
The most apparent part of it as well, Silurill, even having been gone from this creature for a couple of hours now, just riding until the horses tire, and it doesn't appear that they are in any mood to stop anytime soon. The light from Olwyn's blessing doesn't return to its full strength. Your own glow still stifled for who knows how long. Who, if anybody, is acting as spotter?
Well, my muscles are hurt, not my eyes, so I will if nobody else wants to.
Let's see it.
Perception, correct?
Correct.
There you go. Not great, but yeah.
Traveling now as light begins to rise in the early morning here to greet you. It is immediately consumed by the overcast of Eliond. As you just even get to the outlying farms, or where some of them are, that drizzle returns, and the temperature difference makes itself very apparent again. The temperature rising by some 20 degrees. Overhead, passing briefly, it appears to be a number of sort of wide feathered figures keeping their attention down onto the ground. Cast in the light, you would see the sort of brilliant gold color, or sort of brown and gold that makes up their hide and their feathers, as appears to be griffins flying overhead, heading south.
Griffins heading south. Interesting.
All right. Having traveled out with no rest, no camp, being waylaid and attacked by the terror of the Southlands and the shadows at where the merchants had once resided, you fled, making your way back as Shane refused to stop, as did the horses, until you arrived back at Elion Satir on the outskirts. It's only now, in the comfort of this place, a familiarity for the horses, that they begin to slow down. That the gray overcast welcomes more light than whatever you saw that night. Around you, the people go about their lives, working the fields, waving at you as you pass, you familiar faces, you seven. And you make your way back into the town proper. That's what I'm going to call it for tonight.
Boo. Okay.
Ooh,
God
buddy.
damn. Got
Jesus
such a high of emotion, my god.
Yeah, that was fucking scary, bro. I was like, Gah!
You had to make me roll athletics like that. Jesus Christ.
Thank you guys
A little spooky.
so much for playing.
I feel like we hit a skull on the map that we didn't see until now, and DM's like, hoo, 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 I'm going to move this piece here.
Dude, it's
Oops.
like right there from the town, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
We will not
What's even
be...
more crazy is we've traveled through that hex before.
Yeah, so we've always like teased it. You know what I mean? We show up, we leave.
That's why it was following us at first.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Avoid that fucking hex is what we're gonna do.
We will not be, just as an announcement, because next week is Christmas, we will not be playing on the 23rd to afford people the chance and opportunity for them to be able to go spend time with their families.
Yeah, fuck the family. We got a terror to kill, boys.
As such, because there is no game, I'll probably be streaming something that Friday, either a video game or I don't know, maybe some more prep. After all, it was the party's first encounter with the terror of the Southlands.
Just fucking Alric starts doing the sign of the cross over and over again.
Yeah. Dios mío. Oh.
But everybody was like tentatively trying to run away because more people were being left behind. Alaric is just like directly quarterback running across the whole stretch of dirt.
Oh yeah, once it made appearance on the board, it's like, I see. How many dashes can I take per turn? I will do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, we met the fucking terror. What does the party have to say?
We are not
Yikes.
prepared.
Yikes, my dude.
Bro,
This-
you wanted us to fight that at level 4?
Obviously, the way you went about fighting this thing
You-
proves to you that you are not prepared. You lack critical information.
Well, we learned some things.
You going back to
Indeed.
Iowa? I'm going to show you some critical information in person.
Please do. It'd be good to see you again.
Oh, yeah, I plan on it.
Bring the
Man,
folks.
this is an after Christmas problem. You know what I mean?
better-
This is an after
You know what?
Christmas
Let's just
problem.
kick our boots back, relax,
Yeah.
grab a beer with Gerald.
Oh,
Grab
yeah,
a better-
holy shit.
Maybe we need another shopping session.
Better settle down there, DM. Right?
You cut out. I didn't
You
miss
better
your
settle
thread.
down. You better settle down, or I'm gonna have to come in there and talk to you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Maybe
All right,
he wants
Brett.
that.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Super, all of it, once I get that information in character with this character.
Remember when the party wasn't getting level 5 until they defeat the terror? Yeah, that was a good joke, DM. It wasn't a joke.
Very funny.
It, You'll
To
see.
be fair, what probably has happened is he's like, yes, they're level 5. Rubs hands together. Now I can make it worse.
I would never do that.
Jim Carrey smile.
I would never retroactively go back and buff a monster
Mm.
to make it
Looks at
more level of. I would
monster
never
sheet.
do that.
You know, if Todd did it for Oblivion, why can't I? Things need to be level appropriate. It really is about them after all, as he erases the HP pool and doubles it.
I add 6 more dice to its D
What's
dice total.
one more multi attack?
Oh, multi.
Ooh, they're level 5.
7.
I can add this cool attack of opportunity ability now. Ooh.
Amazing session, by the way. Thank you very much, Ellen. It's very kind of you. How much marigold are you guys gonna farm?
A lot.
All of
So
it.
much.
Oh,
all of it.
because of that funny haha story.
Marigold genocide incoming.
It turns out there's no marigold in the Etmore. It's not a local plant.
You're gonna go to Suna, baby.
Go to Stu.
We actually
Like, all
import
right.
that. We think it's an invasive species, so we killed them all.
That would be like the Pulp Fiction style of it, where like the party's like, we need marigold fast, and they're like, marigold? We burned that plant out 60 years ago. You're never gonna find any of it. And the party's like, fuck.
Well, there was that one thing of marigold
Exactly.
that was rumored to be in Rosewood, and we just tear off towards
At
Rosewood.
the at the top of the Baron's castle is said to be the final bush of marigold, and the party.
They'll never let you in. The guards haven't let anyone in there for 20 years.
Exactly. Very Pulp Fiction. I like it.
Yeah, you do? Oh, great.
I'm not gonna do that to you though. Don't worry. Next time.
Darn.
Alaric, how does it feel to have succeeded not 1 but 2 nigh impossible checks? The first one being the shovel, and now this.
I'm gonna tell you how it feels, Luna. It feels like it's precipitating some fucked up failure
Oh,
at a critical moment. So I'm just gonna be real quiet about it. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna be real quiet about it. Be glad it happened.
I kind of like the idea that Alec just thinks of the shovel and crits every time. He's like, in the moment of darkest hour, he's like, shovel. And he just starts
It's
tearing
been
off.
like that. It's been moment of darkest hour, crit. And it's
Remind
scary
yourself.
to watch.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Exactly.
thank you, Wayne.
Shut up, Dad.
It's very, very scary to watch.
That was great though. That was such a good moment of Alaric being like another impossible check. By the way, the impossible DC is 35. And watching him nat 20 it again, I was like, fuck, that's so good. Like that's such a good moment.
Like, I had to take it because it would have gotten within range of Silreal and just unloaded on her. So it had to happen.
I think I would have died.
I think you would have gone through a blender, yes. You would have had the wood chipper effect.
Bop,
I
bop,
think I would have been dead.
bop, bop.
Dead. Like, you know what I mean?
Only one way to find out.
No,
Oh God, no.
I'm really not interested.
Escaping it was a victory. Yes, I do agree, Dork. The fact
Unless
that
he has information on like local dragons, I'm really just outie. you
hey, I know
know?
about dragons. She stops,
Wait a minute.
looks back. Are you serious? Yeah. Come on over here, I'll tell you.
Guys.
Let me tell you my percentage on beating that check.
Guys, but it says no bad dragon. I don't want to alarm anybody, but I know about dragon.
For Yuria, now that your eye is gone, do you think you're going to miss it?
I don't know if Yuria will after seeing the terror, although it kind of feels like it was around just long enough to give her PTSD and then fucked off.
Funny enough, the eye and the voice had a 24-hour limit.
I'll always miss it because
Well,
I
I think Yuria will.
probably. I'll definitely miss it because I think the eye is a very fun and quirky narrative device. And it's funny to just look at shit that looks completely normal, like Reynolds' basement, and go, "Hey, why is there a vortex in your roof?" By the way,
Hey,
just
dog,
wondering.
what the fuck is that?
What is that? Look, points up.
Oh, you know, he
It's-
says.
Yeah.
It's
the
so fun.
equivalent?
I think it's a lot like that, like, moment where you realize, oh shit, you know, these these things exist, and then having to go back to
Yeah.
Absolutely.
not. It
Yuria's
would be
gonna.
like the doctor showed up and you see aliens now, or you meet a werewolf and you're like, holy shit! Wait, all of this is real.
You become aware of like a secret government operation.
Yeah, and there's like no way to go back from that.
Correct. It's definitely going to be that
beyond
feeling.
the veil.
It's going to be the feeling of it didn't feel particularly great to have, but now that it's gone, I'm just paranoid all the time.
Yeah.
Now I have to have it because
Welcome to
otherwise,
Heroes, baby.
the only thing worse than knowing is not knowing.
Yuria just runs up to Marana. Where are they?
Where are you?
17%, by the way.
What did you do with them?
Woo!
Where's Hane?
Where's Hane?
I know
Somewhere
he's
to
still
the
there.
right, maybe.
I know they're still there. I get you.
Yes, they're talking shit all the time.
So you do know.
Hardcover says, so holy shit, I want to play at your table. Any chance you have any games looking for players? Because holy shit, that was a wild fucking ride. Well, thank you, Hardcover. I do intend on eventually, once I get myself more situated and I am able to more properly manage my time and free time, I would like to run community games, like one-shots and stuff for the community, like once a month and stuff like that. So that is the eventual plan in the future. So if you like that, if you like the games, feel free to tune in and watch some more as well. Stick around, join the community, meet all the cool homies. Super Spell says 1, in the creature's lair/territory. 2, have no idea it's there. 3, near midnight and it's a shadow creature. 4, can summon shadows, steal souls. How many more advantages does it have, LMAO? Good question, Super. Very good question.
I don't like that.
Well, it's like,
you
there
forgot-
are no souls. Oh no.
You forgot you're immune to magic.
It eats magic.
Yeah, it eats
Nom, nom,
magic.
nom.
It's not immune, it eats it. And it's like,
Eat. Nom.
Is Shielded casting off her 4th magic spell? Maybe this way.
Maybe
Everyone else is
this type of
shitting bricks,
magic.
and she's like, well, what's one more buff?
I mean, how buff
And,
could it really be, guys?
I'm just gonna say, if/when we kill this thing, the Kingsman can kiss the palest part of Marana's ass.
Why don't we just kill
They
the
think they're
Kingsman
hip.
and ignore this whole
Yeah,
problem?
I'm pretty sure that the Kingsman would die quicker than this thing.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
tempting.
Because holy fuck.
We need allies. We need friends.
I have friends.
them.
You're my friends. They're not friends, they're
Fuck
bandits.
them.
Yeah, but if they turn to the side of good,
I
they
bet
could
King's
be
an
the-
alcoholic.
The town's local garrison. They could restore the tower up on that hill they were shooting on.
Or
Some.
they could just still be bandits.
Yeah, but you're not from around here, so why do you care, right?
Because they're what do you mean, why do I care?
You're not from around here, so what do you care?
They're trying to
foreigner?
extort me
They're not trying to extort you. They're
for
trying
that.
Hey, we owe them, alright?
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do.
You were the ones who cared about the unicorn, man. I was just fine letting them fuck and kill Owen. But no, we had to be
See,
heroes.
you're not from around here. You don't care about the local fauna. You don't care about the local towns. Go back to Carissa, alright?
All right, I'll get right on that.
Cards on the table.
But yeah, I when we kill them, I'm taking its parts, and they're welcome to try and stop me.
They will. At least try. They will try.
Let's see.
This is a bad time.
It's his crits in Darkest Hours is to balance it out when he gets nearly 1v1'd by ghouls or getting jumped by multiple enemies at once. True. Alaric does take a lot of shit and sort of gets his ass beat, but he pays it back in full when the time needs him to.
It's sort of a superpower. Just getting shit on all the time is a superpower.
It
But he
builds up,
like weaponizes it is the thing.
takes multiple charges, natural 20s against him. It eventually
Yeah.
builds up a meter. Then he gets a natural 20.
He
Yes.
goes Super Saiyan.
Yeah, it's the change fate button. It's like, you've powered up the button.
I've mentally dubbed the Apex Arzuros and Shadow Dragon Narga Cougar Bear. Well,
I can't believe he unleashed
For the-
a bear on us.
for the astute and the more keenly eyed, it does possess some qualities familiar to creatures from a certain video game.
I can't believe he was through. Ooh, unfortunate.
What?
What?
What the fuck?
What?
You insane man? Are you kidding me?
Huh?
What?
For the even more keenly eyed, that creature should look a little bit more familiar. If you got a close look at the token.
He's insane. We're gonna have to put him down.
Is this a video game that I actually played?
Yeah.
And have any? Is it a rune bear? That's all I got.
It's a
Oh
soul
my
game.
god.
To the party, how high ranked do you guys think the monster is? Like stronger than this or that, including in DOA's assessment. Against DOA, I don't think they're level 11.
They saw God or someone who could actually be a god. I don't think they
I think they'd be
should
like, wow, look at that
"Holy
dog.
shit, that's fucked up.
My
We have the
dad's a
sunlight spell,
god.
too. We
Let's
can
tame
literally
it.
just make sunlight on the man.
Yeah,
Cobra
my dad's a
becomes an ape and
god.
wrestles with it.
Oh, we
Oh,
have these back
God.
home, Blake says as he suplexes it into the ground.
Well, wrestle. Like, what?
Thank you, Crown, for giving me yet another session. This is the first one from you where I've seriously reconsidered my decision of powering through it and playing. When
Yeah?
maybe
Yeah.
I should have just stayed and studied with Dustbrand.
Well, I mean, how else would you know of what horrors await for you outside?
How would you have collected the valuable information against the bear had you not been here to spam spells at it?
Pew, 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 pew.
Maybe magic missile.
I tried
Hey,
Divine and
Chris.
Arcane, and I know it doesn't work. So now I'm going to pray to Ayun for the ability to channel and use Balefire.
What the fuck?
Yeah?
We're all gonna die. What the fuck?
We'll leave super spells as the last question. We're gonna pump through these last ones. Let's see. Stupid ass question, Alaric. If you had a bakery, what would the name of the bakery be?
The name of the bakery? If Alaric had a bakery. Glazed and glorious.
What?
All right.
What?
Thank you for your honesty.
Bakery, not a brothel.
Woo!
Jesus Christ.
Why that?
Hey, I
What are you
chose the
glazing?
name. All right.
Very
Why?
clear
Explain
about
why.
Hey, they asked me what's going on.
Why?
Just kill the Kingsmen. Lamal, I'm sure their former lord would like their heads.
Exactly. We're
See?
like.
That's what Celeril's saying, bro.
I
Just
agree.
fucking kill him.
I agree. This is way too much work.
Well, I mean, you know where they're at. Go talk to them.
Perfect. All right, guys.
King, we just
Detour.
want to talk.
Don't let Alaric fool you. He just wants Yorin back.
The fuck?
Let's fucking go.
What does that mean, Super? What you mean by that?
I think this may harken back to me telling you to go home.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, go back, you
I
fucking
see.
you freak from
see.
Carousel.
Your own
I
country.
shake my fist with one mask on. I put on a new mask. You're back! Thank God we got rid of that bitch. Yeah, man.
Dabs each other up. Alaric just has a Final Fantasy limit break for crits. Yes.
Oh god.
Marana is like, fuck the Kingsmen. I'm going to make new armor out of this. On a more relevant question, what are the party's prep plans now that they've encountered it?
Actually begin prepping because we were not prepared for that.
Walk in the other direction.
I feel like this was Crown being like, hey, you know how you guys keep on fucking off on those side quests? Let me tell you why you shouldn't.
I feel like this is why we should fuck off on side quests. This
Exactly.
right here. This is the you
Yes.
can't fight. This is the Ganon in Zelda, where you can't fight him yet until you go out and do all those other side quests. Right. You get
Yeah.
enough hearts and
Like,
shit.
mill through your fucking quest log, losers.
Yeah.
Clear the area.
See the fucking toad? Turn the other way.
Stop being indecisive and get shit done.
Alternatively,
Stop stacking moron.
we abandon all our quests. We say, Elion was nice. Sayonara.
Abandoned.
My
Rosewood.
alignment is wavering, okay?
Yo, neutral good is coming out, baby.
Love that. Where Celeril's like, we have to take all of it on. We have to protect the people. Encounters the terror. You know what? Fuck them kids.
Ooh.
Having other ideas.
Takes off tabard. I don't need this anymore.
Fuck them.
Throws the
That shit
tabard
in
on the
the
ground.
We could go somewhere else.
I bet
Silver walks
Rofield's
out.
nice right about now.
Yuri and Silver walks out with matching t-shirts to say they're just fucking peasants.
So,
I thought I'd really lay into my
They
whole...
got Ray-Bans on.
Yuria, all of Carresso isn't like Shademore, is it? No?
No.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. You don't know what Shademore's like anyway, so
I've heard horror stories from you.
would you like to hear more?
Go to Snowman's Go. What do you mean, Emma? We'll get to that. Later. Murking the Kingsman is easier than dealing with the redonkulous horror creature. Good lord. DM, that was a fantastic encounter. Well done. Thank you, Tal. That's incredibly kind of you.
That wasn't a question, kill him.
Let's go ahead. Let's call it here. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Chat,
Right.
remember to check under your bed for terrors. It's in the shadows.
Goodbye.
Night, Chad.
Goodbye, chat.
Don't close your eyes.
Goodbye,
It will find you.
Yo, bye, Chad.
I'll be back. Gamers, friends, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the game, supporting the players and myself. It means a lot. As well, your continued support allows me to do this, play Dungeons and Dragons with my friends, and make an enjoyable experience for all of you. At least, from what I can tell, an enjoyable experience. Thank you to all the new followers. It is nice to see you guys around. Hello, I'm the Crown DM. If you're new to the channel, welcome. I stream every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday here on the channel, doing map making streams, monster creation streams, and then the game Cometh the Fall of Man. As well, if you're interested in even more D&D, then Silleril, or the player Momo, who also has a channel, is where we host our Sunday game, Dawn of Anor-Lur. So if you're interested in even more D&D and like the game and some of the players, most of the cast here is also there, then tune on in. We stream pretty early in the morning, though. And it has been going for a while. They are level 11. So yeah. As well, thank you guys so much for the resubs. That guy Zach, Tricky Chair, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Incredibly kind of you. Luna, thank you very much for the 11 months. Loot, thank you very much for the 4 months. Super Spell, thank you very much for the 3 months. You guys are fantastic. Thank you so much for your continued support. As well, as I said, next week, the week of Christmas, we will not be playing D&D. I want to give the players an opportunity to go out and do their own stuff. So we're probably going to be doing some world building next week, up until about Christmas time. So the Friday, there won't be a game, but we will be streaming still. And I'll try and figure something out for us to do. Either that or I'm going to do a lot of world building, something I've been meaning to do for a while, and I've been sort of pushing off. So we're going to try and knock that out. As always, join the Discord. It's where all of the fantastic community is at, where they host their own TTRPG games, as well as sort of events, memes, videos, character creation, all that fun stuff. Hardcover, there is a tab in the Discord called Creation Showcase where you can post your character so everybody can take a look at it. Don't forget to follow the Twitter, and don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube where I am pushing out the Cometh the Fall videos over there. I don't have an editor or anything, so it does take a while, but I am trying to get it knocked out. So yeah, that's it for me. Thank you guys again for coming out. Thank you guys for sticking around. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope that you all take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.